Hello, my Teaserking family. How's everybody today? I'm feeling a little bit better. I've been taking my drops. Let me get them so I can show you. So mostly this one is like kind of like an antibiotic. And then I've been taking this as just vitamin D. This I like shoot like 5 sprays just into my mouth about 4 or 5 times a day, I guess, but it's helping. I don't have I never really had a fever, but a little bit. Had a headaches. That's pretty much gone. I feel myself for the first time. Still a little bit plugged, but not too bad. And I sound nasal, but that's something new. That just started today. Let's see if I can get rid of that. Anyway, so I feel pretty good. I can definitely do our class. So let's see what's going on here in football. Trying to think anything else. These YouTube videos on the gold and the silver, and oh my God, this is about to happen. I'm just getting bored with them because silver supply is down. Da 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 da. The price is going to go up. Okay, we know that. The question is when and why. So if COMEX is busted and silver supply is gone, as you're saying, and everybody's buying it, what the fuck are we waiting for? Why isn't it at market? Why isn't the market getting fixed? And that's really the question. So we realize that the silver supply is gone. Nobody's arguing that. But what does it do to take silver to go to its real price? And that's where I struggle with these guys who want to keep saying, oh, well, silver is going to go up. It's almost like they're just jumping on the bandwagon. You're not telling me anything we don't know. We taught that. And it's not even supply down. It's let's get it to the real price. And yet they can't tell you that, but they just keep saying the same thing. Supply is down. Oh my God, everybody's buying. There's no more supply. Da 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 da. Okay, we got that. Next, can we get on to when it goes up? So that's what we're waiting for. Anyway, let's get on to pro football. Well, let's look at college for once. I mean, there's not much in college. There's Army, Navy. So we've got the Navy now laying 2.5 and 32.5. Now the Navy's been an over this year. The spread opened at Army 1.5. What's made Navy be a 2.5-point favorite? Why is everybody jumping on Navy? I'm beginning to like Army an 8.5 here as the dog because I don't see a reason, they're jumping on Navy. These 10 games tend to be close, although I am leaning towards the over 32.5, over 26.5. Navy's been scoring and has Army. Hey, they've been scoring this year. Now, the only thing that contradicts that is the Air Force game when neither of them, they both played really low-scoring games. And they both played Air Force. They were like 20-point games. That's the only thing really preventing me from going over in the game. So at this point, I kind of like the Army in 8.5. I don't really I don't know. This is normally a low-scoring game, but Army and Navy have been scoring a lot this year, and therefore, I'm not sure we just take them What do I got on Army Navy? They're not exactly run the ball 50 times and no passing and that, which would lead to an under, but not in this case. They've been throwing. Navy's guy got hurt, and then they still are throwing. So they brought in a better offense. So I'll be shocked if this game, if you took over 26.5, if you didn't win. Again, that 17-10 is 27. There's going to be fake punts. There's going to be turnovers that'll lead to touchdowns. So it's not always, driving down the field. You get your turnovers. It's hard hitting usually. So I don't know. I'm kind of it's so low that I like the over. And again, normally if this was 42, we'd be locking the under. Not a problem. But in this case, being so low, they don't want you to bet the game over. They want you to bet. They think everybody's going to bet under. Here's where Vegas has their problems, right? They are assuming what's going to happen. And if you notice, this hasn't really moved. Maybe it was 33. It's 32.5. They made it so low that it's ridiculous. I love this money line, 140. This is why I tell you never play money line. If you just play the game, lay the 2.5, take the 2.5, it's 110, right? If you play the money line, which is only saying, they're going to only win by 1, which is absolutely ridiculous. You're laying 142. What the fuck is that? Why would you lay 142? They're only going to win by 1, and you need that spread, and that's what teasers are for. But if you're money line Army, you only get 118. What the fuck is that? See, this is the problem I have with money lines. It should be the normal spread's 110. You bet it's 110 for 100 or 110 for 100. Here it's 142. You only get 118. Why don't you get 142? This is the problem with money lines. They're big scams. Please avoid those. I don't like when you play money lines for that reason. It's not. It's sort of like when you're at roulette and they give you even money on black and red, not an even, but there's 0 and double 0 greens that skew the odds, so they're really not even money. It's not 32, 34 numbers, 36. It's not. There's not really 18. It's 36 even money. It's 18-38. Which makes it not even money, and yet you're laying even money. It's bad odds. That's what they're doing here. This is bad odds. So avoid the money lines, please. You don't need them. There's no way. The odds on them winning by 1, if you really like Army or you really like Navy. If you like Army, why would you money line it? If you like Navy, you think they're only going to win by 2. You got to spread under 3. They're probably going to win by a field goal. Would be my guess. This should be a tight game. I don't see why you can't get a 35 on it. I'd be shocked if they didn't. Somebody hit 20. I know they're usually low scoring, but they're playing a little different offensively now. And the reason it's low is because they each know each other's defense. So keep that in mind. Anyway, I think I like the dog. Go Army, beat Navy, 8.5. I'm tempted to go over, not under in this game because of their offenses have been much better this year. Anyway, so that's our one college game. We've looked at the bowls briefly. We'll take a better look at them maybe tomorrow. Be a good time. I can only talk pros so much. And I really prefer talking pros on Friday because you get a better flavor, but we do have a game tonight. So, Oakland, let's go. Oakland 6.5, 43.5. Down from 44.5. Now, hard to bet on Oakland because they have no defense. It's hard to bet on teams with no defense because they can't. Look at San Diego. Look at Seattle against LA last week. We locked Seattle, had them in 2 teasers, big, figuring, oh, they'll win easily. They won with about a minute left in the game on a late touchdown and a miracle catch by Metcalf. Hey, Greg and John. And a miracle catch by Metcalf to win the fucking game against the Rams without Stafford, Kupp, and Aaron Donald. So you can't play these over teams, and that's what Oakland is. So I can't play minus a half. However, 43.5 I can play, and I like the game over. And the reason is, first of all, the Rams showed you they can score, and Oakland's defense is not any better than Seattle. It's not that it matters. Wolford looks fine. He's an NFL quarterback. You have the coach who's good at finding plays, even for the backup. Believe me, the backup couldn't play, wouldn't be on the team. He's looking fine. That's not your issue. They can score. Their defense is not that good without Aaron Donald, of course. Although they still have players, they still can make the game very, very competitive and make you squirm if you took Oakland even. But 43.5, 37.5. You basically got two over defenses. Oakland can score, and apparently Wolford puts up 20-something on Seattle, puts up 20-something on Oakland. Same team, basically. You played a 40. What did you play last week? You played a 50, all right? You played a 50 with Seattle, and I don't see any difference here. So 37.5 is a joke. Definitely like that. Definitely go over in the game. If you're afraid of Wolford, then I'm saying don't be afraid of Wolford. He's not your problem. He's not your problem. It's basically your problem is Oakland's defense. Let's see, just looking at my games. All right. So we'll go in Oakland over in the first game. We'll go through injuries in a minute. Detroit and mini Detroit 1.5, 51.5. This game was 2.5. 51.5 down from 53.5. So I wonder if somebody on Detroit isn't playing, but I really don't care. I don't understand this line at all. Here's the biggest problem with sports betting. Detroit beats Jacksonville 42-10 or whatever the hell the score was. Okay. So they're going to do the same to Minnesota. Oh, really? Is that how it works? They blow out Jacksonville to blow out Minnesota? Really? Is that how it works? I find that hard to believe. As I've explained over and over and over, this is poker. I get pocket aces one hand. I can't bet I'm going to get pocket aces the next hand. I'm probably going to get 2-9 offsuit. So with that said, I get pocket aces, and then the next hand. This is the next hand. Detroit's actually favored against Minnesota. When I looked at the trends, Minnesota's won they've won like 8 out of 9. Detroit won like 19-17 or something last year. Minnesota does very well in Detroit. Minnesota owns Detroit. They've owned them since the 60s, right? In the 70s. In the 70s, I think they beat them every time. They've always beat Detroit. Now here, I get 7.5 in Minnesota. Thank you very much. They're 10-2 or something like that? I mean, yeah, I guess they're locked. They just keep winning, but they're really not good. How are they going to stop Jefferson and Thielen and Cook and the balanced offense and Cousins? Now, I got both teams bad defenses, both over defenses. I got Detroit with the over offense, and I got Minnesota with the over offense. This immediately sends me to the over in the game, which is 51.5, which has gone down for some reason. But it looks like it's a Detroit player, so I don't care. I don't see how you're going to stop Minnesota from getting in the upper 20s. The first game was 28-24 at 52. I don't see how this is going to change. See, Minnesota's pissed off that they're the dog, and Minnesota knows they're the dog. These teams know the spreads. Detroit's probably shaking in their minds, going, fuck, we're the favorites over Minnesota? Really? We never beat them. How can we be favored? Minnesota's going, these guys, we always beat them, and we're the dog. So Minnesota right now is pissed. I like the 7.5. I like the over 51.5. Both teams are 10-2 in a teaser this year. And like I said, Minnesota owns Detroit in the head-to-head. Over 51.5, 45.5 is 45.5 is what? 24-21, 25-21. Well, how do they get there? But they will. 25-21, that's an easy one. Probably by halftime. This game should be at least in the 50s. Well, you got 51, so that's 45. This game, well, the first one, 28-24. This one should probably be a little bit more. As the offenses have gotten better, their defenses still stink. You can't look at the Jacksonville game because they're not playing Trevor Lawrence, who sucks. And Minnesota needs the game for the playoffs. They haven't clinched the division, and they're still fighting Philadelphia for the 1 seed. So Minnie's coming to play. They're the better team, and they're getting points. I don't get it. I have Minnesota -3. What Detroit's doing as the favorite makes no sense. This is absolutely a Minnesota and an over. Choose your pick. I like Minnesota, and I'm taking the game over, but I like both ways. You can go either way, but I don't see how Detroit's favored in this game. They're favored because the people who bet don't get this isn't Jacksonville, this is Minnesota. And you got to go back, look at this game, Detroit Mini, pick the winner, pick the score. Do you honestly think Detroit's going to win by 14 points without a point spread? Or did you think Minnesota was going to win before? This is where you get corrupted. You look at the spread and then you go, oh, yeah, maybe Detroit wins. Or you look at the Jacksonville game. What the hell did Minnesota do last week? Minnesota beat the Jets 27-22, and I guarantee you the Jets are much better than Detroit. They play a 49 with the Jets, who have a very good defense. But we're not looking at that, are we? We're looking at Detroit beating Jacksonville. Sorry, I'm trying to get my strength back up. And I got to wait till 11:30 to eat, so sorry about that. So, when you look at everything, Minnesota's a great dog here, and it's a great over. I mean, that's all I can say. Buffalo 9.5, 43.5. To the Jets. The Jets beat them the first game. Hi, T. What's the second division game? Where you're saying the second time Detroit and Mini play each other, they trend under. I've never heard of that, but okay. I'll take your word for it. Well, on the one hand, they play each other so much. I don't think the second game means more than the first game. Although with all the changes now that goes on with the new coaches and the new quarterbacks, that's where they're always adjusting everything. I just look at the game as is. Detroit their offense is better and their defense still sucks. And Minnesota, is playing better offense. And, against the Jets, they should have lost to the Jets. The Jets had the ball deep and couldn't score 2 or 3 times late in the fourth quarter. So I don't see where Minnesota shuts Detroit down. And Detroit certainly is not going to shut Minnesota down. So when you look at everything, we're not asking for much. 45 is 27-20 is a winner. I can't imagine this game doesn't get there because of the bad defenses and the pretty good offenses. So I'm looking at it logically like that. I'm not sure that every time they play each other the second time it would be lower scoring, or is it just the concept of the better defensive teams? Are you looking at everyone, or are you just looking at certain ones where the defenses are better, or are you saying the defenses get better as the season goes? I think it depends on the team. I think if San Francisco played the Rams again, well, they played them under both times, but that's San Francisco's defense. Let's take a look at Buffalo and the Jets. You got 9.5, 43. Well, they're two pretty good defensive teams. Not particularly that much up. I've noticed more in Pitt versus Ravens, man. Well, they're always low scoring. Hey, Todd. Many players are opting out or transferring in college, I see. I got your pro picks. Thanks. I still like San Francisco at home versus Old Brady and not a good coach. You're a Pitt fan. A lot of people are Pittsburgh fans. I'll send you, what are we doing, Todd? 5 or 6. I mean, we don't have all the college games, but I'll send you you'll see the picks. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are Pittsburgh fans. A lot of people are Packer fans, but you can't let it skew you into betting Pitt when you shouldn't or things like that. But we'll get into that. But sure, I get, Pitt Baltimore has always been low scoring. But let me get into that. I like San Francisco under, actually. I don't let's take a look at it. You've got, let's go to the Frisco game. So where the hell is it? So if we use yesterday's line, I haven't gotten there yet. Well, okay, I can jump down to it. So it's still 3.5, 37.5. So I like the game under because I've got not old Tom Brady. It's not him. It's the coach sucks. They don't score. They didn't score on New Orleans, who has a weak defense. San Francisco's got a great defense. But when you add Brock Purdy into the mix, who I like very much, he's not going to light up Tampa Bay and put up a 40 on them. He's going to be very careful, like he was at Iowa State. And it'll probably be a low score. I mean, 37.5 is, in one effect, is a low total. But with San Francisco, it's probably not. They play a lot of very low-scoring games. So I prefer the game under 43.5. I don't see how I can take Frisco as the favorite with Purdy. We saw what Brady just did to New Orleans. Even though they were down, what did he do? Boom, boom, 2 minutes left, 2 touchdowns, and they win. That's Tom Brady you got to fuck with. You don't want to fuck with him. So under, I can fuck with. I can keep the score to 43.5, which is 21-20, and I still win. I like that a lot. And the Niners defense, I don't think the Tampa scores a whole lot. I don't think the Niners score a whole lot with Purdy against Tampa's got a pretty good defense. Keep in mind, Tampa still needs the game. They're winning the division, but they still need to go. And they've been playing better. They've started to win more. They got Julio Jones and Evans healthy, and they're not even on the injured list. So with that standpoint, I do like that. So I definitely like the game under. As far as your other players opting out or transferring, That we have to see. I don't know if I'll see it on the injury list or we'll have to pull up a opt-out list. But that's why I got to be careful in the bowl games. Probably the only ones I can post are going to be the Georgia and the Michigan game because nobody's opting out of that. Funny how they'll play that game, but they won't play the Rose Bowl. You know, if they're so worried about getting injured, why do they play the championship game? Oh, then it's okay if I get injured. I can get injured in the championship game, but I can't get injured in a regular bowl game? Really? Why did they play the championship week last week? Tampa Bay's got the worst coaches, worse than the Lions, I think. Well, their head coach is terrible. He was terrible at the Jets. Why would you hire him? The offensive coordinator is just pathetic. I don't even know why Brady listens to him. Yeah, I saw that. What a joke that is. So is what? So his son can be the quarterback? Yeah. Let's see, Colorado. They won't win a game for the next 2 years. All of a sudden, he's a head coach. Yeah, I saw Magic Johnson try to be a head coach too. Yeah, that worked. So let me walk through these games, but I agree, Todd. We'll have to look at who's playing, who's opted out. We got to be very careful on this. So it's going to be late post on the bowls because I've seen them do it. The day of the game, they'll I'm not playing. So bowls, you've got to be very careful of like I would think Todd Rising or Cameron Rising for Utah is playing because I think he's pissed off. He's not getting that recognition that he's the top quarterback. When they bring up top quarterbacks for this Richardson guy out of Florida to be sitting out, you got to be kidding. This guy sucks. Who would draft this guy? Especially at all. I mean, I wouldn't draft a guy. What is it that you see about him that makes you want to draft him? So this is the new NFL. Like, oh, well, we don't care that he can't throw. We don't care about Cameron Rising. We just want quarterbacks that can run. We don't care that we'll lose with the running quarterback and that they're going to get hurt like Lamar Jackson and Kyler Murray and all this shit that we can't win with them. But, but they're good. They can run. I mean, this is just the joke of it. So if this is what they're going with, they're out of their minds. But anyway, before I post in the bowl games, I'll have to post late. But I think the earlier ones we're okay with because I like the Cincinnati, Louisville. I kind of like it under. So I don't think that'll matter. It's going to be the over games. Is Utah, I love Utah against Penn State as the dog, provided Rising plays. So, again, I can't post the game until I know he's playing. I've never seen anything like this. This is ridiculous. I got so many locks in the bowls that I can't play till I know the quarterbacks are playing. And of course, that's the key position that they all need to route. You'd think they need to show off for the pros, but I don't know. I can't imagine Thompson Robinson and Rising and Bo Nix and some of those guys sitting out. I just, it means too much to the team. They get to the bowl, they want to win. All of a sudden, they're exhibitions. Weren't they exhibitions 10 years ago? I don't know. When Bo would go to the Rose Bowl, it didn't look like an exhibition to me. And this guy was crying when he lost. Hardly an exhibition. So now it's an exhibition. Okay. All right, back to pros. Buffalo 9.5, 43.5 to the Jets, Jets. We've been riding the Jets all year. They're 10-2 against the number 11. And I don't know. I see they're 10-2. They're the trend here. They won the first meeting 2017. So if we listen to T Dots, she thinks this will be a low scoring game because they're playing the second time around. I think it'll be a low scoring because it's two good defenses. The Jets are trying to settle on their quarterback. Buffalo, I kind of like the Jets in 15, and I like the game under. 43.5 is definitely an under in this game. The Jets have a very strong defense. Now, they played Minnesota to a 49, so not too crazy about the under, but I do like it. But Buffalo has a good defense too, where Minnesota doesn't. So I think the Jets will have a little bit more of a hard time scoring. Buffalo in a revenge game at home. How's the weather going to be? Are we going to get snow? We're going to get wind off the lake. This we'll see, but I like the game under 49.5, only because the Buffalo defense is very strong also. So the Jets are going to have a problem scoring, as will Buffalo. You got 15.5. I don't know how you take Buffalo and 3.5 here. It's all the Jets and 15.5. The Jets have been hotter than shit. 5-0 is a road dog this year. So I like the Jets. They are a very good team. This is not the Z team Jets that suck. This is a very good playoff team. So definitely like that. Baltimore Pitt 2.5, 36.5. I was thinking of taking Pitt when they were the dog at first, as it opened minus 4.5. Lamar's not playing, which makes me like Pitt until they're now a 2.5-point favorite. I don't like Pitt laying 2.5. But Howard, Lamar's out. Yeah, that's probably better for them that Lamar's out. Huntley looks fine. I don't have any problem betting Huntley. Over under a 36.5, very low, but I do like the game under 42.5. But I also like Baltimore and 8.5 here. Play against Pitt as a home favorite, 8-0. 12-2. God, I can't write. I think 12-2 the last 2 years, but 8-0. Well, the last year and a half anyway. So Pittsburgh is a lousy home favorite. It's a playoff game. Baltimore needs this game to to stay with Cincinnati. Pitt's really out of it. I mean, I suppose they can win all their games and maybe they get in. I mean, with these extra games, they're kind of making it like, oh, the Lions could win their last 5 games and maybe make the playoff. I mean, that's how stupid it is. So it keeps it a little more competitive. But at the end of the day, a 4-win team or a 5-win team is not going to catch an 8-win team and a 9-win team to get into the playoff. That's not going to happen. There's a reason they're 5-win teams, and Pitt, unfortunately, they're getting comfortable with the quarterback, but they're not better than Baltimore, even with Huntley. I like Pitt. I like Baltimore in the 8.5 here, all day, and I do like the game under. When I look at it, Baltimore's an under team, and Pitt's a W team. They don't score a lot, and they have a decent defense. More of a 25, they give up 20, 25 points a game, which Baltimore won't take advantage of. So I think this game's in the teens, 20-17. Baltimore can easily win it. Pitt, again, they'll be able to defend Pickett. He won't light it up. He's getting better. I'll give him that credit, but I don't think he can handle Baltimore here. I like Baltimore in 8.5, and then under 42.5. Pitt's just a lousy home favorite, so I like Baltimore, the better team getting points. It's just like Detroit Mini. The better team getting points. You've got to forget what happened last week. It doesn't mean anything this week. They're not playing the same teams at the same place. Cincinnati, what do we got? Nope, I spoke too soon. Philly and the Giants. Philly 6.5, 45.5. Philly's the A team, strong offense, strong defense. The Giants are an E team. They score like 25, they give up 25. So not a great defense. Philly's 5-0 is a road favorite, 11-1 overall. What can I say? I'm taking Philly here all day. This is a strong Philly play, over under 45. I kind of like it under because I don't think the Giants are going to do much. And Philly will do their scoring, but their defense will shut it down. So I can see them winning by 20 or so. But I like Philly more than I like the under, but I like both of them. Let's see. The Giants, this is a playoff game. I mean, Philly obviously needs it for the 1 seed. The Giants need it for the wild card. They're being tracked by Washington. I don't think they can catch Dallas, but they're being tracked by Washington, who's off this week. Yeah, there's 6 teams off this week. This is insane. What the hell are they doing? You having a bye on week 14? You only got 17 weeks. Unbelievable. So these buys really screw you up too because you get hot, boom, there's a buy. Okay, John, did you see? Yeah, okay. T-Dots. Baltimore wins in the fourth quarter by a field goal. Tucker's clutch. Well, I just don't think Huntley is that bad of a quarterback. So I think it's actually a benefit to Baltimore having Jackson out because he can't throw. And everybody's seen him running. They've been there, done that. They see what he does. They know what he does. And it's as far as they're concerned, okay, we're not intimidated. It's not new anymore. Okay, here's how you beat them. And that's what happens. But I just don't think Pitt's ready to be a favorite over Baltimore. Not with this team. Pickett's okay. He's no Joe Montana. So I just don't see how Pitt can be laying points here. But yeah, it'll be a close game. It'll be low scoring, exactly. So Philly we like over the Giants. The Giants just aren't very good. Daniel Jones likes to run. Okay, we've seen that. He can't throw. We've seen that. Barkley, okay, but I think Philly owns him pretty good. So I just think that, and Philly's like 11-1 in the teaser this year. So I think let's start betting them. Cincinnati 6.5, 47.5. Very similar. Since he needs it to stay with Baltimore. Cleveland's basically out of it. Now, at first blush, you saw Cleveland putting up 24 in Houston. You go, wow, this guy is coming back strong. Whatever the hell his name is. I just forgot his name. So he looks pretty good. He threw for 3 touchdowns. Then you look at the game film. A fumble at the 2-yard line, touchdown, an interception, touchdown, and a punt return, touchdown. He didn't do shit. So I'm not worried about him. Cincinnati's not going to give him 3 gifts like Houston did. We got Chase back, and we got Burrow on fire. They look really strong. Cincinnati -1.5 in a must-win game. I got to take Cincinnati. Burrow's playing well. He just beat KC. There's not going to be flat, not against Cleveland. Todd, are you feeling better? Headaches gone? Coughing? Um, I'm about from the 20% I was the other day. Yeah, I'm about 90%. I need to work out again. But yeah, headache's gone, fever's gone. Basically, this is if you ever really don't feel good, you take this, and you just spray it. It sprays into your mouth. It doesn't have a taste, so you spray it under your tongue, and then I put about 5 sprays in, and then off I go. But that really has been helping me. And yesterday I slept until like 11. Today I got up at a normal time, which is about 8 o'clock, and yeah, I feel pretty good. I've been going to the club, and I sat in my routine now is sit in the hot tub for a half hour, take an hour nap, go back in the hot tub, and then take a half hour sauna instead of going on the bike and then doing my swimming and then doing that. I have not had the routine for that, but this seems to help. The heat usually helps sweating it out. I woke up all sweaty today, which was a good sign. That usually sweats the poison out. So I'm about 95%, but the way I eat and the way I do the intermittent fasting, I'm very, very healthy. And therefore, when I do get the sickness, I usually it takes a couple of days and I'm better. So yeah, thanks, Todd. I'm about, I want to say about 95%. You don't hear me coughing like I was the other day. Um, so I'm drinking and eating and not coughing. So I think I'm pretty much better. Another day, but I think I'm okay now. Thank you. Um, so we like Cincinnati. The spread's even against Cleveland, who we would have thought Deshaun Watson, was lighting it up against Houston. Didn't do shit against Houston. Well, he ain't going to do shit against Cincinnati. They got a really good defense. Since he's just the way better team, Cleveland with the bad defense, Burrow's going to light them up. And I don't see with Brissett, Cleveland's an over. With Watson, they're not. They're a Z team, basically. Even though they won, they didn't do anything offensively. And like I said, Watson can't sit out 2 years and just come in and light it up. So he's in no way, I'm sure he's beaten up playing a full game after never not playing in 2 years. So, yeah, Cincinnati should have their way with him pretty easily. Jacksonville, Tennessee. Tennessee's laying 3.5, 41.5. I like the game under. I think Tennessee with a strong defense. They don't really have a big offense. Henry gets you some touchdowns in the red zone. Tannehill sucks. We know how bad Lawrence is, and Jacksonville's defense is kind of a weak defense. So I kind of like Tennessee in the 2.5, thinking this line should be 7 and I should be laying 1. This is my favorite. Should be 7. It's only 3.5. So I'm prepared to lay 1. So therefore, I'm prepared to take 2.5. So I definitely like Tennessee, and I definitely like the game under. I just don't see Jacksonville. Jacksonville play against road dog 5-1, 13-1 play against. So Jacksonville is a road dog 13-1 play against. They're just not a very strong road dog. Like look at them against the Lions. I mean, this is what you take out of the Lions games. Not the Lions win, and now they got Minnesota to do the same thing. It's Jacksonville got their ass kicked by the Lions, and now they get Tennessee, and what's going to change, right? They're just terribly coached. Lawrence, what the hell do they have with Lawrence that they think he's any good? They'll probably draft this Richardson from Florida. That's how stupid these NFL teams are. And the problem is they don't adjust. You can see Lawrence sucks. I told you he sucked. They shouldn't have drafted him in the first place. He sucks. What are you going to do? Get rid of him. That's the point. You got to get rid of him and bring in. You got 10 good quarterbacks coming out of the draft. Take Rising. Take Van Dyke. Take Thompson Robinson. Take well, I don't know if Spencer Sanders is coming out. Take the TCU Duggan. I mean, you got all these quarterbacks. Just take them. But why do you stay with Lawrence? That's the part I don't know. Is you stay with Lawrence, and you shouldn't really. I mean, that they're not smart enough to get rid of the bad quarterback. They'll wait till the 5th year, and they won't re-up like they're doing with Lamar Jackson. He's cheap, so they keep him because he's cheap because they can build around him. But then at the end of the day, when they got to pony up, look at Baltimore. They're not ponying up. They'll release Jackson. Some poor sucker will take him thinking he's good and paying the guy $50 million for what? So he can run around and, he's not a good quarterback. So why would you pay him that kind of money? You got to be out of your mind. I'd say, sorry, somebody else can sign him. I mean, nobody's signing Jackson to a $50 million contract. He's not worth it. So we like Tennessee both ways, the 2.5 and the under. Dallas, 16.5, 44.5. As I've stated, I don't like this bullshit that they're doing where they start the spread at 14 and then on Monday, and then on Tuesday it goes to 17. So that way all their buddies can bet it at 14, and then mysteriously it goes to 17 and then down to 16.5. And you're trying to tell me the betting took it from 14 to 17? Really? You guys don't work like that. You're not smart enough. So this really pisses me off because it's clearly done with not good intentions where they're jacking around a line. Why wouldn't you have made the line 17 if you think it's supposed to be a 17? Why would you start it at 14? If not, so your buddies can bet and then you jack it to 17. It's just like stocks. We'll all bet the stock will go up, and then we'll call all the clients and say, oh, bet this, Microsoft's at 40. We'll all jump on it. And then we'll call the brokers and say, okay, put it out. Now it's up to 45, and people are buying it at 45 when all the insiders got in at 40. That's exactly what it sounds like. Bunch of bullshit. The line's too high. I'm not laying 16.5 with Dak Prescott. That takes me to over under. What do you do with this? It's got to be all Dallas. Houston should get shut out. Houston's got this terrible defense. I mean, this has the makings of a 35-0 game. In reality is what it should be, but it's self-fixed. We don't know. We do know it'll be close to 17. They won't win by a lot more. So we will see what they do. I would not lay 10.5. Dallas just isn't that strong with Prescott. And Houston, I don't know. Sometimes they put up 14 points. Sometimes they don't. You don't know. They're so bad. If the kid's playing, if you don't have Mills, if you got Allen playing, I mean, who knows? They both suck. Whoever is running that Houston franchise is a freaking idiot. That's for sure. He probably came over from the Lions. So I don't really have I can't lay 10.5 with this Dak Prescott. I like the game over if I could count on Houston to score, which I can't count on Houston to score, but Dallas should score. So this is like, just watch this game. There's better games. KC 9.5, 43.5. Well, KC needs to win. They're coming off of a loss. Denver's terrible, but they have a really good defense. I think this is an under game. And I think I like KC minus the 3.5. I'd like to get it back to 3. It keeps jumping, but if you can get a 9, I think KC minus 3 at Denver. Again, it's so skewed because KC's this great offensive team, but look what happens when they play a Cincinnati. Their defense doesn't hold up, so they don't have the defense. So there's kind of more of an over team than a team. Denver, we know, doesn't score, has a good defense. So this game can get very close. To your point, T, this is where I could see an under, but because Denver's got such a strong under, I could definitely see this game, 43-49. I just don't see Denver scoring that much, but I don't know that KC's going to light them up either because Denver's got a great defense. Russell Wilson, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Nobody likes him. He doesn't like anybody. What? I don't. It doesn't. I thought he was pretty popular in Seattle. Maybe not. We need to talk to Richard Sherman on that one. So I like Kansas City here off of a loss if I can get it to 3. I mean, it was 8.5, 9, and now 9.5. So we'll see. But you can probably still get 9s. I would lay the 3. Seattle 4, 44.5 to Carolina. This is up from 3.5 and 43.5. I like the game over. You have an over team in Seattle. They score a lot. They don't have a defense. Carolina, you don't know what they are. With Darnold, he sucks. I don't know why they would go to Darnold. And they're pretty bad defensively. So this Seattle should light them up. Carolina can score. What did they do last week? Yeah, they were fucking off, weren't they? We got to go back 2 weeks. That's what I hate about the buys. I got to. All right, so they beat Denver 23-10. Well, you put up 23 in Denver, so they can definitely score on Seattle. So yeah, I like this game over a lot. 44. Seattle's gonna light it up. They had the big touchdown against the Rams in a game I thought would not even be close. But the beauty of the teaser, we were only laying a half a point. So that's why we like keeping it under 3. And we needed Metcalf to get that touchdown with like a minute left in the game. I couldn't believe that I would need that against the Ram team without Kupp, Stafford, and Donald. I needed that, really. So Seattle, I don't know. They're a very strong an offensive team, as we know, and a very weak defense. So I think 44.5 is nothing. I think they go over that early. San Fran, Tampa Bay, Frisco, 3.5 and 37.5. We kind of discussed it with Todd. I have a hard time. Now I know they got whatchamacallit. My mind's losing me. The running back. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, Samuel's playing. Now you've lost the quarterback. You've lost Garoppolo, and you're now having. Jesus Christ, I'm losing my mind. And you're now having Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy, good quarterback from Iowa State, not flashy, but he was very good. He won a lot of games. But you've got to understand that. So you've got the third stringer out there who's good but not experienced. Tampa Bay doesn't score. I mean, look at the game against New Orleans. They win, 17-16 in the last 5 seconds. They get a touchdown. That's against New Orleans, who has no defense. They're not a good defense. Here's the Niners with a very strong defense. Tampa's got a good defense in their own right. So this is 2 good defensive teams really going at it. And again, the Niners with the new quarterback, they're not going to light up Tampa. I mean, there's no way. Yes, the coaching sucks on Tampa Bay. And we'll give a little edge to Niners. I don't really love their coach, but okay. Um, so I see the Niners defense controlling the game, and I see this game very low scoring. 43.5, I think, is the way to play it. Tampa, 9.5. It's Brady. He's the dog. Jones and Evans are healthy, so I can see this also being Tampa Bay at 9.5, only because you've got Brock Purdy, who's again brand new. So I don't see him lighting up the Niners in his second start. So Tampa 9, or I like the under a little bit better. Miami and San Diego. Okay, what is going on here? You got Miami as a 3.5 point favorite over San Diego, over under 51.5. So we'll go to our favorite stat. San Diego 15-1 as the dog. Play against San Diego this year 12-0, 25-4, and then 39-6. So San Diego's 15-1 as a dog the last 2 years. At home or on the road, doesn't matter. However, this year San Diego's 12-0 play against, which means if you bet against them every week you win. And 39-6 the last, I think, 3 years. Yeah, that's about right. 45 games. So the last 3 years, if you bet against them, you're 39-6, about 88%. So it favors, but if San Diego is favored, would be all over Miami. But Miami being favored in San Diego, are you kidding me? This is all San Diego here, 9.5. Over under of over under 51.5. So this is definitely an overplay. Miami, no defense. They're both over teams. They'll both score. 45 is nothing. 28-20 gets you the win. Miami, explosive with no defense in San Diego. We know they can score. Keenan Allen's playing, as far as I know, and Eckert. So this, you can have your pick. I like it both ways. San Diego, very strong dog here, and a very strong over game. So a nice little multiple choice here. New England, Arizona. New England 1.5, 43.5, 44. They keep ticking around with me. That's why my numbers get all cloudy, because I go 44, 43, 43.5, 44, 43.5. You got an under team in New England. Why aren't they playing Zappy? It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. Jones sucks. The defense is okay. Belichick's he's the crown prince of crime, the Joker of coaches, I guess. Everybody, Belichick this and that. Well, but he's playing a scrambling quarterback. And what happened last time he played Justin Fields? We all sat there. Oh, Belichick will figure him out. And we had a big lock on New England -1 at home against Justin Fields, and Justin Fields lights him up. And then we hear, well, but he's not really good against running quarterbacks. In fact, that would have been good before the game. Well, look what Lamar Jackson did to him. Well, okay, fine. What do we have here? A running quarterback. So that makes us really like Arizona, plus the 7.5. And now New England with the under defense against everybody except running quarterbacks, and Arizona with an over defense, so they don't stop anybody. 43.5. I like this game over 37.5. As long as any of the pros aren't switching portals and sitting out games to get ready for the NFL draft. So, I mean, I like Arizona in 7.5, and I like the game over. A lot of duplicates. Now we're 3 games short. What the fuck are they doing with only, what do we got, 9 or 10 games instead of 13? How do you give 6 buys this late in the year? See, that's the other problem, right? You start betting on certain teams, all of a sudden they got to buy. What is that? So they're doing everything to fuck around with us to get us off our sync. So we might bet on, I don't know what's a team off this week. I don't know. Washington. Maybe we've been betting Washington. Now they're not playing. Or Green Bay. We've been betting Green Bay. Oh, they're not playing. They're hot. Oh, wait. They're not playing. Rodgers is getting it now. They're off. I mean, this is what they're trying. This is all about fucking the better. That's what this whole thing is about. Please ignore all the money line, all the prop bets, unless you analyze prop bets. And I mean, you know how many yards these guys get in games against this defense. And don't forget, you're betting it against the defense. So if Arizona, New England, you want to bet Kyler Murray running yards, if you don't keep track of that, I mean, for 5 years, and see how they do against New England and see how other quarterbacks who run do it against New England, you have no business making that bet. Well, it seems like a good bet. Well, just give me your money then. You give me your money, I'll go buy silver with it, and then I'll make you rich, and you won't have to worry about it. But otherwise, this is absolutely ridiculous to start betting how many yards is Tagovailoa going to throw against San Diego, or how many yards does Geno Smith throw for against Carolina? Who the hell knows? Who the hell cares? We're looking at the game. It's a good over game. We don't care how many yards anybody throws to. All we care about is they win. That's what we study. That's what you should be betting on. And we do it in teasers. That's what you should be betting on. Don't bet on the money lines because the odds suck and you don't need it. You got teasers in 90% of these games. If you want to bet the game even, then go, you want to bet Detroit, so take them with 4.5. Why play a money line when you're laying 140? When all you got to do is tease it with Baltimore, and you got 2 games that should be a winner, and you're only laying 110 if you're at a normal sports book. And if you notice, MGM's moving their odds up to 130 or whatever. You can't bet with MGM or any MGM property. You don't lay 130. You go to Caesars or you go to William Hill and lay 110. And if they're all there, then go get a bookie out of the bowling alley and see what his odds are. I remember my first bookie, I was 18, 19. He didn't charge juice at all. There was no juice on teasers. He laughed. Why would I charge juice? You got to pick 2 winners. So I fixed him because I picked 20 winners. And he eventually got sick of me. He wasn't smart enough to take my picks. He just didn't want me to keep beating him. So I laughed and said, oh, okay. Now let's go through playoff games. So this is basically who needs the game for the playoffs. Minnesota. Oakland and the Rams, nobody. They're both way under. So I'm not going to say, well, Oakland's still in the playoff race. No, they got 4 or 5 wins. They're not in it. If they keep winning, I'll say they're in it. The Rams have 3 wins, so this is not a playoff game. Minnesota needs it for the playoffs. For the 1 seed, Detroit's out of it for now. The Jets and Buffalo, that's a playoff game. Baltimore, Pitt. Baltimore needs it to stay up with Cincinnati. Pitt's too far out at this point. Cincinnati, Cleveland, Cincinnati. It's a playoff game to stay with Baltimore and to try to get to the 1 seed as they beat KC. I don't know if they play Buffalo, but Buffalo could lose to the Jets here. Buffalo's got to play Miami again, and they got to play New England again. So Cincinnati's a playoff game. Jacksonville, Tennessee. Tennessee's the playoff, needs the game for the playoffs. They're winning their division. Want to move up to the one seed, has to keep winning, but they haven't clinched their division, so there's a lot of incentive. Dallas trying to catch Philly, trying to get into the playoffs as a wild card. Dallas needs the game. Philly and the Giants, a playoff game. Philly still trying to win the division and the one seed. The Giants in the playoff hunt, trying to stay in the playoff hunt. KC Denver, KC off of a loss. Now we're in big trouble for the one seed. Here comes Cincinnati coming up. So KC needs the game. They're pretty much going to win their division, but they're going after Buffalo for the one seed and the bye. Tampa Bay and the Niners, this is a playoff game. Tampa Bay winning their division, even though they've not won a whole lot. They're starting to play better, need to win for the division. The Niners need to win for their division, being chased by Seattle and the wild card. Seattle needs the game for the division, as I just talked. So they need to keep winning to stay with San Francisco. Miami, San Diego, a playoff game. Miami, they both need it for the playoffs, although Miami can still win the division, very close with Buffalo, and they beat them. In San Diego, it's mostly a wild card. I don't think they can catch KC now, but they do need to keep winning. And New England, Arizona. New England, again, they need it as an outside chance for a wild card. And Arizona, I mean, they're just too far behind. It's amazing how you have like 4 or 5 good teams, and you have 20 shit teams. You got teams, I mean, how many teams do you have that don't have 5 wins? We're in week 14. All right, so that's what? Everybody got a bye, 13. So that's 12 games. And you have so many teams without 5 wins? What the fuck kind of league is this? Let's do more buys. Let's do no preseason. Let's do the first 2 or 3 weeks getting everybody comfortable and the whole team having pulled hamstrings, which I hate. This is the league you've got. It sucks. It's too much time off with, oh, there's an injury, or let's review it for 20 minutes. That's not the intention of instant replay. It's not supposed to be frame by frame. Let's zoom it up. Oh, there's white. There's green between his cleat and the out of bounds. He's in. That's not the point. You have a referee standing 2 feet away. If he calls it, that's it. Why does it go to a replay? Well, it's on the sideline. No, he's right there. If he can't see it, get a new ref in. But you certainly don't need to go to replay. And why do you go for 5 minutes? It should be 10 seconds. Is he in? Well, looks like he is. Looks like he's out. Okay. That's it. That's the intent. We don't need to, let's let him start breaking down every fucking play. Well, he really landed at the 20, but we'll give him, they marked him at the 19. They only do that at the goal line. And if you notice, 99% of the time, it's not a touchdown. Even though the ball crosses the line when his knee hits, they put the ball where the knee is. It's not supposed to be where the knee hits. It's where the ball is where the knee hits. And yet they want that drama, so they'll make it, 4th and 1 or 2nd and 1. He didn't get it when he clearly gets in. That happened in my game last week. TCU, Kansas State, the guy gets in, the quarterback scores, and then the running back scores, and they don't give him a touchdown. And then Kansas State kicks a field goal after TCU gets fucked twice. So anyway, so let's see, teaser trends. Philadelphia is the best in a teaser. Minnesota, Atlanta, Dallas, Cincinnati, Philly, Houston, the Jets, San Diego, KC, and Seattle. These are your teams that are hot, over 80% in a teaser, either this year or the last 2 years. I've really been handicapped because I would have 5-year trends and 3-year trends that I basically can't use because of all this bullshit of new coaches and new quarterbacks. I don't get this whole, well, we got to get rid of the coach. He's been here 2 years, or let's get rid of the quarterback. Like nobody can spot a good quarterback. They bring in a guy, he doesn't work out, he sucks. Or the guys they bring in are so bad, and yet they keep him. I guess it's a money issue. They don't have to pay him. These are the teams against. Now, there's 4 teams that are really, really bad. LA, New Orleans, Atlanta, and San Diego. These teams you just bet against, and it's 90% that you're going to win. The other teams are Minnie, Chicago, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Indy, Houston, Denver, Cleveland, and Jacksonville. So this shows you there's a lot of teams about 85% or worse in a teaser. This is insane. I mean, this is how bad. And the problem with the inconsistency is you've got so many teams. You got so many players that are just hurt, and you're betting on third stringers a lot. That's really the problem, right? So you know your guys, right? But now your second stringers are out there and they're getting hurt. So the first stringer got a hurt hamstring. The second teamer's hurt. There's teams I go through. There's 30 guys on the injured list, like the Giants. I don't even know, are they starters? Are they not? 4 offensive tackles are hurt. Are any of them starters? They don't highlight the starter. Maybe they don't know the starter. So you're really betting on third stringers and everything. Hey, Phil, Van Dyke is staying at Miami, supposedly. Well, that's good. He had a bad year because of the coach. The coach sucked. Well, that's the one thing. I know Thompson Robinson should be in the draft, and I believe maybe I'm not. Maybe Rising's not. I hope he's not. Then he'll. The guys that are underclassed will play because they have no reason to sit out. It's the seniors that are draft eligible. So again, Rising kind of came in last year off the bench, and then this year, and he's great. The question is, if he's not draft eligible, he'll play. So hopefully he plays. I'd love it. You're giving me Utah and points from Penn State? Man, I'm praying that he plays because that's going to be a huge lock. I'll lock it with UCLA and USC if the quarterback is healthy. I got so many bowl. And I'm waiting on Kansas State. They're getting 4.5 from Alabama. I'm like, I'm going to pound Kansas State. I love that game because Kansas State can handle Alabama with their defense and their running and all their little options. So I'm curious about that one. Anyway, so we take Philly. We bet against LA, New Orleans, Atlanta, San Diego. Problem is, New Orleans and Atlanta aren't playing this week, which again goes to my bitch about why aren't every team playing. And Green Bay is not playing either. San Diego, we've talked about. If they were favored, we'd be all over Miami. But since they're the dog, then the dog takes over. 15-1 is the dog. LA, we got Oakland tonight, but Oakland's got such a bad defense that now LA, we bet against LA, it's 12-1. We bet against Oakland as a road favorite, they're 10-0. So it's like just take your poison there, but I like the over in the game. Minnie and Detroit are 10-2. The Jets are 10-2 and a 5-0 road dog. Play against Pitt as a home favorite, 8-0. Jacksonville 5-1 as a road dog, 5-1 against as a road dog, 13-1 against as a road dog. Houston 5-1 as a road dog, 5-1 play against as a road dog. Philly 5-0 as a road favorite, 11-1 overall. Frisco 5-0 as a home favorite. Seattle 5-0 as a play against road dog. What the fuck? Why would I say that? Maybe Carolina. Yeah, Carolina's 5-0 as a play against road dog. Seattle 10-2 This year. I mean, 12-0 play against overall. That doesn't make sense. Oh, no, that's San Diego. I'm sorry. It's just the way I wrote it. So the head-to-head trends I looked at, there's not a lot, and it's really difficult because of all the changes. Like Buffalo owns the Jets, except for the Jets won this week. Minnesota owns Detroit. Baltimore and Pitt are always close. Now, here's a stat I heard from this idiot on the radio. This is why you cannot listen to the guy on the radio. He goes, Burrow's never beaten Cleveland. He's 4-0 against. Oh, really? I looked at the box scores last year, and guess what? Burrow didn't play in either game. So is Burrow 4-0 against Cleveland and he's never beaten them? Or only when he's played, and I think he's only played once, did he lose? So what are you talking about? Burrow's 4-0, is 0-4 against Cleveland. When he didn't play in 2 of the games last year. So what the fuck are you talking about? This is why I can't stand these idiots. Grega, Russia freed that basketball player. Well, they must have got paid good for it. You mean that woman basketball player? No, I read you my thing from my Russian friend. I think I read you that yesterday. So what did I say to her? She's apologizing for what's happening in the world, and because of we can't meet, which I know, but like I told her, why are you apologizing? You're not Putin. So for the 3rd time in a year, they plan to raise payments for an apartment and groceries in December. Our salaries are not growing. Salaries are growing only for state employees. Clothes have also gone up in price. People are complaining about the lack of sales. This is a communist economy. This is what I warned you about. We have free market here. So nobody can raise our rent that we don't want. If they make rent too expensive, nobody buys it. Like BlackRock, they're trying to sell rent at $2,000. Nobody buys it. We say, fuck you. We go somewhere else. And BlackRock's stuck with having apartments or townhouses that nobody can rent, that nobody wants to rent. And we tell them to fuck off, and then they're stuck with the property, and they owe all this money on them, and that's the end of it. What are we talking about, Phil? I thought wasn't that a woman? Or Russia freed that basketball player. That ain't no woman. I'm not following. I thought, wasn't it a woman who got with the drugs and they put her in jail? Are we talking about somebody else? Keep in mind, Russia does everything for money. So if you pay them, they will do whatever. So that's the communist economy. The government controls it. This is what I'm warning everybody against. You do not want government control because government will raise rent like they do. It's not market. You need market. In other words, the market, which is what I said. If you want, this is the way the market works. This is $50. You want it or not? And you go, no. Okay, we make it $40. You don't just make it 50 and then nobody buys it, and this company goes out of business because you made the price too expensive. But the market dictates, yeah, we want it, and yeah, we'll pay 50 for it. That's the way the market works. In Russia, apparently, they don't use the market. We're just going to raise everybody's rent and clothes and food. It's just going to go up. What the fuck is that? You don't do that. That's not a market. That's the problem, and you're stuck with it. And then she's saying, "Well, I can't get an increase in pay." Well, this is why you buy gold and silver, everybody, because that'll take care of all that bullshit. But yeah, I mean, it's terrible. If you can't tell that's not a chick, I don't know what to say, Professor. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are we talking about here? But Grinner is actually a guy, is what he's saying. Oh, Griner? Oh, I don't know. I don't pay attention to women's basketball. I can't even pay attention to pro basketball. Where's Magic, Isaiah, and Kareem? I haven't watched for a long time. Oh, well, maybe. Wouldn't surprise me with this whole bullshit going on, but I don't pay any attention to that. I'm focusing on our football and our gold and silver. So I thought it was a woman, but that's fine. I'm surprised Russia freed her. Like I said, I assume they gave Russia a lot of gold to free her. Knowing Biden, who knows? Anyway, don't really care. Who cares? She or he ain't worth watching. Exactly, Todd. It's not worth mentioning. It's got nothing to do with our class. So I don't care that they freed her. I don't know what this person's doing in Russia with drugs in the first place. Are you out of your fucking mind? I've been to Russia. It's pretty, like you're please let me on the plane and let's take off. That's all you're trying to do. All right, let's check injuries. Do I have enough battery? Yes. So this is a really small week with we're missing 3 games in pros and we have nothing in college, but go Army beat Navy. The Army this year's played Coastal Carolina, UTSA, and Wake Forest. So they played good teams, and they might have looked bad, but here comes the Navy. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go to the Army. Well, let me look at injuries, and we'll go to the Army Air Force game, and we'll get a good thing. So, injuries. And there's a lot of games I shouldn't look at because they're not playing. Arizona, nothing really. Atlanta, they're off. Baltimore, all right. We know Baltimore, Jackson's out indefinitely with the knee. See, if I was Baltimore, I would just not play him anymore and play my Huntley and see how good he is, which he looks very good. And he's my future, and just get rid of Jackson and trade him or just send him back to Louisville. J.K. Dobbins, he's questionable. He's been out with the knee, but now he's questionable, although he seems to get hurt all the time. Bateman's out, so nothing really major. Buffalo, Josh Allen still with the elbow. Milano's questionable with the knee, the linebacker. One of the few guys I know. Von Miller out IR with the knee, which has got to hurt him. That's about it. But here's the problem. So I look, tackle Quisenberry, questionable. Then I go down, tackle Dawkins, questionable. Then I go down, tackle Doyle, IR. So I don't know if any of them are the starters or not. I assume in the NFL, one of them's got to be the starter. But they're pretty much next man up, the offensive line, because I can get a guy from Notre Dame. I'm not going to lose a beat. Carolina, let's see. PJ Walker is questionable. And again, here's my point. Defensive end Burns, questionable. Defensive end Anderson, questionable. Defensive tackle, I can't even pronounce it, questionable. Linebackers, This goes. There's 30 guys out for there's 30 guys questionable or out for Carolina. How the fuck do you bet this team? I can't tell you if these defensive ends are starters. 2 safeties are questionable. Higgins, I might know if it was a wide receiver, but I think it's T. Higgins I know on Cincinnati. You got a tight end, you got defensive tackle, a DB. I mean, this is, and I've never heard of these guys, so they're not any good anyway, and they're sitting there on the injured list. So I don't know. So if it's not a name I know, I just go on. Chicago, I think they're off. That leads me to believe Chicago's playing Green Bay on Thursday night. Cincinnati, all we care about is Chase and, Mixon's probable with a concussion, which is good. We want him. The tight end Hurst is doubtful with a calf. We don't see Burrow, which is great. We don't see Chase, which is great. So that's really what we want. So Cincinnati, to me, is fairly healthy. Cleveland, defensive end probable, quarterback questionable, tackle questionable, cornerback. So we got 2 cornerbacks. Are they the starters? We have no idea. They're questionable. Wide receiver out, linebacker, IR, tight end, Nokia, probable. I've heard of him. Bell, wide receiver, I don't know. A center out, a guard out, a tackle out. Good fucking Lord, a guard out, a center out. I mean, this is the point, right? What is this? 30 guys for Cleveland that are on this injury list. I got 30 guys that I'd never heard of half of them. So we're betting on the third stringers. So that's why I'm like, well, I'll bet on Burrow. I know I've heard of him, and I know I've heard of Jamar Chase, and I know I've heard of Mixon. I can't tell you. And then Cleveland's bringing in the quarterback. What the fuck? I keep having a mental block with this guy. And you want to start betting the quarterback who hasn't played in 2 years, who couldn't score on Houston? You want to start betting that guy? Good luck. U.S. and Russia arms dealer back to Russia in exchange for Griner. Yeah, that sounds like a good trade. Anyway, enough of that talk, guys. Dallas. Nobody important. Looks like just Lewis, cornerback from Michigan. That's it. Denver's got Kansas City. So we're only going to worry about the defensive guys. Where the fuck is that? There it is. Losing my mind. I don't see where's the Denver game. Linebacker questionable. Judy questionable. Sutton receiver doubtful. So Judy always is injured. These Alabama guys, man, they're always – how they play at Alabama, I don't know because they're always injured. Hamler, wide receiver, out. Penn State. See, when you make the draft, it looks good. Oh, they got Hamler and Judy. Oh, they never play. That's the problem with these small, little, fast guys. Guess what? The other team's got big, fast guys in the secondary that take care of your guys. So nothing major. Let's see, any defensive players? Linebacker, defensive lineman, linebacker, cornerback, linebacker, cornerback, linebacker. A lot of linebackers out for Denver, yet there's still this good defensive team. Are you teasing? I'm liking LAK. Who the hell's LAK? Plus 13. Just keep it LA or Rams. What's K? Explain how you get a K out of LA Rams. Okay, so what's the K? Plus 13.5 and the over 35. Just play the over. Don't do a teaser like that. But yeah, that's probably not bad. Just go tease that and put it with Minnesota over. Is Donald starting or Mayfield for Carolina? They both stink. Rams. I get it, but I don't get LAK. Yeah, I like the Ram game over. I've already spoken about that. Play it with Minnesota over. What do you don't? I don't like playing the teaser in one game. Very hard because you just that's a little bit too much. You do want to play two ends of the teaser in the game. Play them in separate teasers because you knock yourself out with one loss. But I do like the game over. Mayfield was traded to the Rams. Oh, okay. Well, I haven't gotten to the Rams yet. Donald, I thought was out. Well, let me get to the Rams, as you boys are asking. The Rams. Aaron Donald's out Thursday with an ankle, so he's not playing. Wolfield's questionable at the neck. Staffield's IR. So if Mayfield got traded and is playing, I won't see it on the injury list. We'll have to check that out. So Mayfield is on the Rams. So the question is, Warfield's fine. He looked good against Seattle, so I don't mind him, but he's got a neck, but he played fine. Is this the same neck that he got hurt like 2 years ago in the playoff game when Goff couldn't handle it? So if Warfield, I'm fine with him. I like the over. With Mayfield, I don't know if I like the over, but unless Warfield's injured, now here he's questionable. So we will see. All right. Where was I? So Dallas we talked about. Denver we talked about. Detroit. Swift is questionable, which he always is. Ragnall's questionable. The center. Okuda is always hurt. Decker's questionable. The tackle. And nothing else. Green Bay's off. Houston, they're playing Dallas. They don't have anybody Burkhead, that's about it. I don't have anybody I even know that I would say, oh, he's injured. Oh, my God. Cooks, the wide receiver. Stingley from LSU, I know him. Defensive back, questionable with a hamstring, another hamstring. Then I got 3 offensive linemen in a row injured. I don't know, tackles, guards, or what the hell they are. 2 are out, 1's questionable. There you go. How do you bet Houston with 3 offensive linemen probably out? Indy's off. God. Jacksonville got Tennessee. Trevor Lawrence probable with the toe. If they're smart, they'd use the backup. The one guy you want injured is playing, so. Kansas City, all right. Williams, probable. Both the 3 cornerbacks are probable. Pacheco, the running backs, probable. So what are they even on here for? So basically everybody's probable. So this is the difference between Denver or KC and the other teams. I go to the injury list for the Lions, and there's 15 guys questionable. I go to the injury list for KC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 guys probable. So they're all playing. They're like, no, this is Kansas City. We play. Mahomes is probable with a foot. I don't know what happened to him, but he's pretty good pain tolerance. Tony, question about the hamstring. What else is new? Chocolatey Claire late December with an ankle. Hardman's out, the receiver. Okay, so they're pretty healthy. The key's Mahomes with the foot. San Diego, we got against Miami. I guess it's just, well, Mike Williams is questionable. Keenan Allen is not on here, which is good. So Keenan Allen finally recovered from his hamstring after 3 months, and I do not see Bosa, really. No, there he is, mid-December with the groin. I'd be shocked if Bosa comes back at all. He all he likes to do is get injured and get paid. All right, the Rams tonight. 2 linebackers are out, defensive backs out. So this promotes the over. See, again, it's the type of injury that's over or under. When you got all these, you got 2 linebackers and a defensive back out of your first 3 injuries. Pretty much there should be a lot of points scored for Oakland. Couple of receivers I never heard of. Aaron Donald out. McCutcheon. Is that Larry McCutcheon's kid who used to play in the Rams in the 70s? Wolford again with the neck. Cooper Kupp, well, he's out. So basically you have that. Oakland, Jacobs probable. That makes this much stronger over. Abdullah probable from the Lions. This is where he ends up. Waller's going to play the tight end. He hasn't played in a long time with a hamstring. Don't know. A couple of linebackers playing. That's about it. So Oakland is, you got Jacobs, so there should be, there'll definitely be a lot of points tonight. Miami goes to San Diego. Yes, and Tagliabue probable with an ankle. Waddle questionable with the leg. But Tyreek Hill, is he happy he went there, or does he miss Kansas City? I wonder. What do we got going on, boys? Raiders are playing better now that the last few weeks. Josh Hayes has been doing well, leads all running back. Well, the key's been who are they playing? They've been playing teams with weak defenses. So keep that in mind when they play well. Who are they playing? And they're pretty much an offensive team. They're an over team. They don't have much of a defense. So that's good, but that'll get us the over tonight because they're scoring, but they still don't have a defense. Raiders have averaged over 28. Well, again, who have they been playing? But yes, in this situation, the Rams without Donald, we are expecting a high-scoring game. Now the Rams, we're hoping Warford. He did well against Seattle. We don't really want Mayfield. He's not ready. Is he going to be okay? But their coach is so good, he can even make Mayfield look good. So whoever the quarterback is, I'm expecting the Rams to score 20 and 30 for the Oakland. They probably will win, but it's hard to trust them. And we did that with Seattle last week, thinking that was my lock, Seattle over Oakland or over the Rams, and I was shitting in my pants until 30 seconds left when I scored. So not that easy, just to think they're going to win. Who is Oakland? Do I have to explain who Oakland is? Really? Bosa got off to a bad start, holding out after draft, got paid, and still hasn't proved his worth. It's clear he doesn't care. He didn't care at Ohio State. He sat out. He's both of them. Well, the other Bosa plays on the Niners, but probably a better team. It's Vegas Raiders now. Vegas. No. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happens in the Raiders and Al Davis and Ken Stabler and Cliff Branch and the sea of hands, I'm not forgetting that, fellas. Hey, Bobby, what's going on? Good to see you. Well, they're always Oakland to me. I'm not forgetting Madden and Stabler. Okay. Minnesota, the Vikings. Chandler Peterson, questionable. Patrick Peterson. Kendricks, linebackers, questionable. C. Ham, is this Jack Ham's kid? Questionable. Fullback, Bullard, Evans. Got a lot of cornerback. Yeah, 3 cornerbacks in a row for Minnesota. But these are early December. Well, this is early December. I don't know. Which should make to an exciting over. Patrick Peterson, questionable. I don't see any of the key receivers or quarterback injured, so that's good. The Giants play Philadelphia. Let's see. Wide receiver questionable, guard questionable, DL questionable, cornerback questionable, O-lineman questionable. Jesus Christ. And the funny part is I don't know any of these players. A. Jackson, cornerback. Anybody know A. Jackson on the Giants? Like, is he a starter? I mean, and D. Holmes, the other cornerback. Galladay was from the Lions, questionable. And then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the IRs, mostly receivers. So the Giants are pretty banged up going against Philly, although they have Barkley and Jones, who sucks, but he's there. The Jets, Jets. Corey Davis, questionable with an illness. What the fuck's this illness? Like, either you got the flu, you're playing, so I don't know what illness they're talking about, unless it's COVID, which they don't want to say. M. Carter, probable with an ankle. Their running back. A. Davis, safety, hamstring. Oh, surprise. But they don't have a lot injured. Just Brees Hall, the running back, but they replaced him. So my Jets are very healthy for Buffalo. New England. You know, if I don't see Gronk or Brady on here, I really don't know anybody. Montgomery, I think he's from the Niners. Well, he's on the IR. Oh, my God. And they got their list of 20 injured guys. O-lineman. Again, I have no idea who any of these guys are. New Orleans, they don't play. Philadelphia, okay. Linebacker questionable, cornerback questionable. 2 defensive ends, one's out, one's questionable. Shit, there's a shitload of questionables on the Philly defense. Watkins, wide receiver, questionable. Safety out. So the key is looking at the date. Fortunately, these are all December 7th. So, again, they're all questionable, but on a team like Philly, they all turn probable. Questionable is they're going to play. Doubtful, they might play. Out, they're out. And probable, they're playing. So all these guys are probably going to play for Philly. When you're a big team and you're fighting for the 1 seed, when you're questionable, you're playing. Pittsburgh, TJ Watt, questionable with ribs, which doesn't help against Baltimore. Reed Johnson, questionable. Najee Harris, questionable. Boswell, the kicker's out. How does that kicker get hurt? The groin injury. God, do these guys know they're professional athletes? The Niners, McCaffrey. I keep mind-boggling in McCaffrey. Don't know why. So he's questionable with a knee. DB Samuel is a questionable with a quad. So we like the under in this game, and with McCaffrey and Samuel both questionable, but they'll play. That's good. Garoppolo's early February. What does that mean? The season's ending in January, fellas. A couple of Boza, questionable with the hamstring. God, these Bozas. I call them Bozos. Mitchell, Mosley, a couple of cornerbacks. Trey Lance, yeah, he had a great career. It's over. Bobby, I saw your playback from Tuesday. So you were sick and took off yesterday. Yeah, I took a day. I don't get vacation pay though. I'm a little bit better, Bobby. Really, I had headaches. It was really hard to concentrate. A little bit of a fever, not much. I'm not feverish today. just extremely tired. So I'm obviously not as tired. Got a nice sweat last night, which gets the poison out. And I've been taking this miracle medication, which is very good for what I have. Cleans you out, and it's doing a good job. So much better. Thank you, Bobby, for your caring. And I still got a few days to go, but I'm going to try to do a little bit of a workout today. I think when I do that, it's when I sweat, I clean myself out. I remember I was in day camp. I was like 12 or 13, and I had a flu. And we're playing touch football with all the guys, and I was a wide receiver, and I ran and caught, and I ran for an hour, even though I had the flu, and I sweated it out. By the time I was done with the game, I didn't have the flu anymore. I had sweated it out. So basically, I realized if I can sweat, I get rid of my illness. So I don't know, maybe I'm a X-Man or something, but that helps me. But thank you, Bobby. Yeah, I feel a lot better today, but still not 100%. I bet you were a huge Raider fan back in the 70s. I was a huge Steeler fan back in the 70s, but I love when they beat Miami in the 74 game. But that's my bitch is the Dave Casper play that nobody seems to understand what a play action pass is. They want to keep going on. Okay, 3rd and 1, why do you run up the middle? And then 4th and 1, why do you run up the middle? You're running into 8 guys. You're running into a wall. What the fuck are you doing? The play action pass works because they got to sell out for the run, and your tight end sneaks out. He's wide open. Casper must have caught 50 of those things, and the Raiders never Stabler play action, dink. Where the fuck is that play? I mean, it's insane how stupid these offensive coordinators are. Yeah, the herbs are helping. It's not 100% over, but I think this is something that takes a few days to get over. But I got it, I think, Tuesday, and I could just feel it coming on, although I didn't know it would be like headache and everything. But the headache's fine, so this is helping. Like I said, I can go ride the bike today and sweat a lot, and hopefully that'll help. But I do have an appetite again. I ate my avocado for you, Barry. Bobby. Sorry, Barry. Nice to see you, brother. Thank you, Greg and John. Nice to have such a nice family to think about you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a whole new flu out that they're putting out on purpose. The COVID didn't work. Let's try COVID number 2. And I think that's a lot of what this shit is. 'Cause I don't know where I got it. I didn't see, but I went swimming and, I'm catching it at swimming. Like, it's really strange. But anyway, thank you guys. Profit, I'm a fan of whoever makes me money. That's how I'm successful, is I don't just steer one team. I steer whoever the hot team is. So this year, I'm on the Jets. I wasn't on the Jets last year. I'm not a huge Jet fan, but they're making me money. Also, bet against the Rams. You're 12-0 against them. So now I'm a bet against Rams fan. That's who I am. That's how I'm successful at this since the 70s. It's whoever, Jimmy Johnson. I won so much money with Jimmy Johnson at Miami of Florida, and then with the Cowboys, and so much money on Bill Walsh and Parcells and Lawrence Taylor. That's how you bet. You jump on the flavor of the month. You jump on superstar player. You jump on all that shit. That's how you make it. And then who's the new? And then you're spotting like Joe Burrow. I wasn't on Cincinnati. I'm not a big Cincinnati until Joe Burrow gets there, and Chase. And now I'm a Cincinnati fan. But, that's who it is. So you're just trying to, this is about business. This is about making money, making you guys money. And this is about sort of investing and being smart. And again, expected outcomes as I talk. The same thing. I've always liked gold and silver. I haven't always bought it, but now I understand with the inflation, I better be in gold and silver. So now I'm in it waiting for it to jump. And that's so everything's based on expected outcome and everything's based on action reaction. So that's kind of how I live. Natural stuff. Well, yeah, I don't want to take antibiotics. And it's funny, I have a friend, she's a lifeguard at the pool, and we talk a lot. And she's like us. She's Austrian economics and not a Keynesian. And she says she's into these herbs. So my friend Irina in Romania is pregnant, and she kept having morning sickness. And I said, let me ask my friend. She's into all these herbs. She says, yeah, have her take peppermint. So Irina took peppermint, and she doesn't have morning sickness anymore. It was great. So then I came to her with this, and I said, okay, I have this. And she said, take this. And then she said, take this. This is vitamin D. So she said, take this vitamin D. This will help you. And normally we get it from the sun, but there hasn't been much sun here, so I can't get my vitamin D. But yes, I agree. I don't even go to the doctor anymore. There's no point. All he does is give you some medication that fucks you up and doesn't really help you anyway. So I try to avoid the doctors. All right, back to that. Seattle, they are home against Carolina. This is an interesting game. Seattle 4.5, 44.5. I think I like it over. We're realizing Seattle's an explosive team, but their defense sucks. So we look for them over when we can get it, and we got it with Carolina, who's scored. They put up 23 on what was it? On Denver. I mean, you can put up 23 on them, you can score. So I think this game should be high scoring. All I need is 44, 38. That's a joke. So let's see. Anybody injured with Seattle? Nobody. Walker's questionable with an ankle. DJ Dallas questionable with an ankle. And that's about it. Adams has been out all year with the quads. Tampa Bay. Brett, the linebacker's questionable. Vita Vea questionable with the foot. Murphy Bunting questionable. The quad. Winfield Jr. questionable with an ankle. Edwards, the other safety, questionable with the hamstring. So they got a lot of questionables. I'm sure they'll play against the Niners. This is a game they want. I love the game under. I just think that I don't see Brock Purdy lighting up Tampa. Although Tampa's coaches are so bad, they won't score a lot on the Niners. So this is a nice under game. First 1 to 14 wins, I think. Tennessee, they got Jacksonville at home. Anything we need to worry about? 2 defensive tackles questionable. And Tannehill probably. And Jesus Christ. I mean, Tennessee's got to have 30 guys on their injured list. And none of them that I've ever heard of. I mean, to me, okay, Tannehill's probable. As long as Henry's not on here, I'm fine. I don't know who their wide receivers are anymore. So a lot of injuries, but nobody worth in Washington's off. So I think we pretty much covered injuries. Oh, we're going to look at Army-Navy. All right. So how to analyze Army-Navy. Do I take them as a dog, and what's the point? So I'm leaning on the over in that game because it's freaking so low. It's ridiculous. So to do this analysis properly, we got to look at the Air Force game. So Army plays Air Force 13-7. They lose by 6 to the Air Force. Air Force was laying 7. All right. So even though it's a 20-point game, it's still they still cover. Now, Army's had this. Coastal Carolina, they lose by 10. UTSA, a very strong team, they lose by 3. Georgia State kills them, but they're a passing team. Wake kills them, but that's Hartman. We understand. They beat Louisiana Monroe. They lose to the Air Force. They lose to Troy 10-9, who's much like the Navy, strong defense. Then they beat Connecticut and they kill UMass. So I don't have a problem with Army as the dog here, to tell you the truth. If we go back to Navy now, Navy's been scoring, but let's look at the Air Force game. Navy Air Force. Air Force wins 13-10, another 20-point game. Because they're similar and they practice it, they know how to stop each other. So I think that's what you're looking at. Navy played them close. Then they go and they start scoring. They score 53 on Tulsa, who's a good team, 34 on SMU and lose, 20 on Houston and lose. They beat Temple, who was starting to get good, hadn't gotten good yet. They lose to Cincy by 10. They lose to Notre Dame 35-32, which has me scared, but then they play UCF 17-14. So I don't know what happened in the Notre Dame game. They go 20, 27, 10, and 17, and 32 on Notre Dame. Don't know what happened there, but most of these are lower scoring games. Now Cincinnati, that's the strong defense, 20-10. So if I look at the Air Force game as the barometer, this game will be 20. So I can't go over 26, even though I want to. In the game where they know how to play, the Air Force, neither team scored. However, I do like Army as the dog. So we're going to take Army plus the 8.5. So I have some free picks. I won't use tonight's game because too many people will catch this on the weekend and then they'll miss it. Although we are liking Oakland over today. Let's go with Minnesota over as the free pick. Although I do like Minnesota plus the 7.5. That's a joke, but even over 51, 45.5, that's definitely strong. And let's go with Cincinnati as the free play. They ought to murder Cleveland. Burrow's clicking and Chase is back and Mixon's playing. And Cleveland, if we're going to rely on Cleveland's quarterback, who I am also, it's funny how like McCafferty mind fucks me where I can't remember his name. Deshaun Watson. God, I don't know why I get mind fucked with Deshaun Watson. Anyway, if you're waiting on Deshaun Watson to keep the game close, you're out of your mind. He did nothing against Houston. He hasn't played in 2 years. He hasn't played 60 minutes of football. He probably threw up the whole night last Sunday. So if you think this guy's going to come in without playing a full game and just light it up, you're out of your mind. Cincinnati's been playing great. They just beat KC. They will not be flat, and they need the game to stay. They're competing with Baltimore. I don't see how Cleveland. And again, the last two games Cincinnati played Cleveland, he did not play. Kyle Allen played as the quarterback. So please stop with the bullshit. He hasn't beaten Cleveland. He fucking didn't even play in the game. So what are you talking about? So this is why I warn you about listening to morons. The guys on BetMGM say, oh, no, he's never beaten Cleveland. Yeah, because he never played in the game. So Cincinnati didn't beat Cleveland, but he didn't even play. What the fuck are you talking about? So please be careful listening to morons. Professor, I got messed up from a medication from the doctors. Well, that's what they do. They don't really know what they're doing anymore. Their job, see, they're not a doctor anymore. I come to them with this symptom. She's going to give me antibiotics to clean me up and maybe something else. And hopefully that works. But outside of that, I don't know what. They don't know what they're doing. They're just giving you stuff based on your symptom. And they act like they've never got these symptoms before. It's just crazy. My feet used to bother me, and he'd call it gout. Now I realize it was diabetes that makes your foot bother you. And now I stop my sugar and my fasting, and now my feet don't bother me anymore. Funny how not getting the right diagnosis is the difference. But my feet used to swell up, and I would have a hard time walking on it. And it's gout. It's gout. But I don't eat the shit that gives you gout. And I go, but it only happens once in a while. Yeah, probably after I had ice cream or a cake or something. My sugar went high, then my feet bothered me. But after that, this fasting is the greatest diet, the greatest health food I've ever done. I fast. My blood sugar, my blood pressure are much lower. This is a fluke that I got this, but I've had it before. I got it when I was in Lisbon with Jenna, and then I get it a little bit. She goes, "You're sick again?" And well, it does happen, Jenna, but these airplanes and this is where you're getting sick. But my defenses are so good, I usually fight it very well. A couple of days, and off I go. Although I am noticing my taste is a little bit funny with this rock and rye. It doesn't have the same taste I'm wanting. I'm wondering, then here's my green tea. Not too bad. I can taste the lemon. So I can taste certain things like the chocolate. The avocado is a little bit funny tasting. So I'm going through that. So your tease is Rams over 35. No. Okay. The tease, if you want to, would be the Rams over with Army plus 8.5. After just talking about the Air Force games with Army Navy, they didn't score 20. So I don't want to go over the 25.5 because they couldn't get there with Air Force. So I'm more taking Army. But my free pick, if you want, would be the Rams with Minnesota or the Rams with Cincinnati. The Army, yes, I like Army in 8.5 because I think it's a big war. It'll be a close game. Army could easily win. Navy's quarterback's out. Their backup did okay. They started to score more as they did against SMU and Houston, but I think the way Army-Navy plays will be a close game. Take the points. And first I was going to take Navy because Army was favored. Now Navy's 2.5-point favorites. This fucking Army-Navy. What do you the money's pouring in on Navy? Really? Army, well, if you get 9.5 and Rams over 35, where are you? I got 48. What are you in a 10-team teaser or what? Oakland is this is a 42.5. Again, the fucking so this would be 36.5. Okay, yeah, 35. Okay, right. See that I get all screwed up because I marked 44, I marked 43. Yeah. Oakland over 36 with the Army. I like absolutely. I mean, the Army Navy game's dead even as far as I'm concerned. Army's played some very good teams. That's why I'm not concerned. Okay, Wake Forest. The way Hartman plays, he's going to kill them, of course. But most of the games, Army is going to play well. Like I say, Navy against Notre Dame. I don't know what happened there with the 32 points, but the rest of them were close. But they're all pretty much low scoring, so you can't really go over. Even though it's 25.5, they might not get the correct play is actually under, but it's so low. It's like a over 77. I won't do it, even though it might be the right play. It just is too high. They really cut down your odds when they make it a 32 to go 38. Probably still a win, but it's so low, it's hard. So anyway, free play Cincinnati, free play Minnesota. And for you guys, free play Oakland over. I've got one log posted, as Todd knows, and I've got one pro play posted, and I'm waiting to do the show to come up with a few more, which I've come up with. So I'll probably post another 2 or 3. Bowl games, it's too early to post. We'll get into that next week. We do have the lines. We'll have to update the lines. The portals, I don't know what to do with that. If they transfer, are they really transferring? Like, I'm not worried about Rising transferring, right? Or even Van Dyke. Miami's not even in a bowl game. Their coach really fucked them up. Is the Baylor quarterback transferring? Is the Washington, well, he can't transfer. He's a senior. Is Dorian Thompson Robinson from UCLA? No. Is Rattler trend? No, he can. Is TCU and Georgia, they're not going anywhere. USC, the question is he playing? I don't think he can come out yet. Is he playing, or did he hurt his hamstring? Is he not going to play? And again, Utah with Rising, I don't see going anywhere. Oklahoma, Gabriel's not going anywhere. Neither is Florida State. Texas Tech, I can't imagine him going. If you're the starter at Texas Tech, you're not going anywhere. North Carolina, Oregon, Bo Nix ain't going anywhere. He just got there. North Carolina, I can't see May going anywhere. Not before the bowl, and I don't know when you have to transfer. Arkansas, Kansas, nobody's leaving Kansas. In Arkansas, my man Jefferson, he ain't going anywhere. God, I love that game over. I can't see a problem with would Jefferson sit out for the pros. Otherwise, Kansas's guys aren't sitting out for the pros. Fuck. Boy, I love that. I might put that game in already, the over there. Duke UCF. What do I like there? Like the game over 60. But then you got problems with Plumlee. There's problems at UCF where they don't want to play. Mikey Keene's out. He's obviously pissed. Plumlee was injured, but he came in the fourth quarter against Tulane. He played well. Coastal Carolina East Car, I love that. I don't see McCall going anywhere. So I don't know who's really going to sit out. Baylor, he's young, shipping. Air Force, nobody's sitting out for Air Force. Marshall, you don't care. You're betting it under. Oregon State, Florida. The Florida quarterback's out, which fucks up my over, but now makes me play Oregon State's. I love that game. Chase Nolan's already out. They've been playing with their backup. They just beat Oregon, so I see a problem there. But Florida's got to be kidding with their quarterback sitting out for the pros. Are you kidding me? He's not even the top 10 quarterbacks. Cincinnati, Louisville, we like under. It starts off with Miami of Ohio, UAB. Who we like UAB because they're the B team. UTSA Troy, interesting. My over team against my under team. We'll have to think on that, but we're not ready to go there yet. SMU, BYU. Okay. So there you have it. We'll run it down. Oakland, LA, 6.5, 42.5. We like the game over. We like Oakland a little bit because the Rams are so bad. We don't know who the quarterback is. Are they really going to start Mayfield, and is he ready? I'd like to see Warfield, and if Warfield's playing, then I really like the game over. As you saw, this LA coach is really tough, and it don't matter who they throw out there. He knows the playbook. He calls good plays. He plays to win, even with the guys without Stafford and Cup. He gave Seattle all they wanted. They didn't quit. So I think they'll play Oakland tough. So therefore, I got to go over with the game because I can't trust Oakland without the defense. Minnesota, Detroit, I like Minnesota and the over in the game. The free play is the over, but I can easily see Minnesota winning. And why are they getting points? That's insane. Detroit's favorite over Minnesota. Really? Okay, thank you. So Minnesota is a live dog here, and so is the overs. Both teams have no defense and pretty good offenses. The Jets in Buffalo. I like the game under. I like the Jets and the 15 and a half. Uh, this Buffalo, I mean, everybody thinks Buffalo every game's going to win by 40 points. They did it against the Rams early and they did it against Tennessee. And then since then, they've lost to Miami, should have lost to Baltimore, should have lost to Detroit. I mean, come on. They're just, you can't blow out every time. It takes the other team to give you turnovers. And I think the Jets beat them already. I think they're not scared of them. They play them twice a year. I honestly like the Jets in 15 and a half. That's a big number against a very good Jet team. This team's a good defensive team. But when I look at the defenses, I like the game under a little bit more because that's 43 and a half. I go under 49 and a half. Good luck with that. That's a big number with two good defensive teams. Baltimore Pitt. I like Baltimore because I don't mind Huntley, and I like the game under because neither team's got a real good quarterback. They both have fairly good defenses. TJ Watt looks like he's playing. So where's the scoring going to come from? Baltimore likes to play this defensive running game, and should be a low-scoring game. Cleveland, Cincy, the other free play, takes Cincinnati. Burrow and Chase against Deshaun Watson, who hasn't played in 2 years. This hopefully gets ugly, and Cincinnati blows them out. Tennessee, 3.5 over Jacksonville. I like Tennessee here. Should be 7. And I like the under. Jacksonville, Tennessee's going to run the ball down their throats. Low-scoring game, I think. Jacksonville probably won't score too much. Dallas, Houston, what the fuck's going on here? 16 and a half, 44 and a half. What's Houston going to do? Are they going to score? Is this going to be a shutout? I have no idea. Prescott's going to throw his 2 interceptions and he'll throw a few touchdowns. They'll probably win by, 20 points, somewhere close to that. I don't know. Maybe Dallas if you get under 10, but not 16 and a half, 10 and a half. I have no idea because I don't know what Houston, if they can score with Keenan Allen or Kyle Allen. That's just pathetic. Their quarterback. Philly and the Giants. I like Philly even under 45 and a half. I don't see where the Giants score. Barkley, yeah, and all you really have is Daniel Jones running. He can't throw. And Philadelphia is just so strong. All those questionable defensive players will play. So I just think that Philly is just too much. They need the game. They're still going for the 1 seed. The Giants kind of, all right, give them credit. They played Washington, who's been hot 20-20. This is where I go against eye test. The eye test, Washington, look how good they are. It's all about matchup, not about eye test. Philly's been dominating the Giants in the head-to-head, so I like Philly here just to win. We got a nice spread, 6.5 down to a half. KC, Denver, like KC, -3. I wouldn't go over 3. Do the 7-point teaser down to 2 would make sense here. Over under a 43, probably under because it's a Denver game. And Denver doesn't score and has a really good defense. And KC, they're not a 40-point scoring machine. Like every game they play, they're going to score 40 points. We've seen them not. Without Hill, they're just a little bit different, and they don't have the running. So KC might win, but not by a lot and not a high-scoring game. Tampa Bay and the Niners, we definitely like the game under. Without Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, very good quarterback, really good at Iowa State, made a lot of money with him. But I don't think they'll have him do too much yet. I don't think he's ready. Although I always like Zappy. Him and Zappy are very comparable, very good. I would probably play the game under, even though I like Tampa as the dog here. Brady's getting going, and Brock Purdy's not going to blow out Tampa. But both defenses are so strong, I don't see a whole lot of points here. Carolina, Cincinnati, Carolina, Seattle. Excuse me. Seattle 4.5. Can't beat anybody with their defense, so it's just luck at the end. I don't like betting luck, but I do like the over. Over 44 in a Seattle game's a joke. They'll score their 30 on Carolina. Carolina looks like they scored last week, so give them an easy 45, 50-point game, and we're looking at 44. Miami, San Diego. You got to take San Diego as a dog anytime you get them. 15-1 as a dog in the number at home or on the road. They're better on the road, but they're not a home dog too often. I don't understand how Miami is going to come in here as a 3.5-point favorite and beat them by more than 10. You got to be insane. Now, what's Miami doing? They just played the Niners. So either they stay on the West Coast and they're fucked, or they flew back to Miami and they're fucked. Either way, this is a tough game for Miami. These teams that normally play the two West or East Coast teams in the consecutive weeks have a hard time with the second game. So I like there's no way San Diego's getting blown out. They never get blown out, and they're not going to get blown out. They're a strong home dog. I also like the game over 45.5. You can go either way. It's like the Minnesota game. Strong dog, strong overplay. And then New England, Arizona, I like the game over 43.5, 37. New England can't handle a running quarterback, apparently, Justin Fields. And I don't know that I love Arizona in 7.5 with Kyler Murray, but I do think this will be a pretty good game. There should be some scoring in it, even though they're not using Zappy, which makes absolutely no sense. So that's the rundown. Again, free play, Cincinnati and Minnesota over. And tonight we take Oakland over. So that's what we got. Take the Army as the dog. I think it'll be a close game. I don't see Navy blowing out Army. I don't know that there is blowouts in the Army-Navy game. They're so hard to score. How do you get a blowout? And I know, Army's been very good and kind of probably – I think they beat them 17-0 one year, but I don't see a difference. Army's got a great coach, so does Navy. I don't see a real big difference in this game here. Big enough to say, Army's going to blow them out. I don't get why the line moved, but I like I'll take the dog in an Army-Navy game when it's like this. And the Navy quarterback's injured and out, so if he's out, unless he's playing and he's still listed as out, which we saw last week with McCall for Coastal Carolina, who was out, and next thing you knew, he was playing and throwing touchdowns. We got lucky because Troy still beat him, but how do you list him as out and then the guy plays? So I don't know what the fuck's going on with these injuries. What do we got here? Yeah, I agree with you, Bobby. The Lions gave points last week and won, so everybody's thinking, they're gonna beat Minnesota 42-10. Doesn't work that way. So Minnesota, believe me, and you know this because when you played, you knew when you were the dog and when you were the favorite. And when you're the dog and your team like Minnesota and you're the dog, you're pretty pissed off. They don't like being the dog to the Lions. That's insulting. That's like going for it on 4th and 1. It's very insulting, disrespectful, let's say. So they don't like that. So definitely like Minnesota there. Lions have been hot lately. Might explain why they are favored. Yeah, well, who did they beat? Jacksonville. They lost to Buffalo, and they beat a few teams. They're playing better as the dog. They're not a favorite team, right? The Lions are very rare. I look back the last 2 years, they're 2-1 as a home favorite. They're not a favorite. They're a dog all the time, so there's no pressure, and they do it. But when they're favored, the team gets pretty pissed off. Like Minnesota is pretty pissed off. It'd be different if it was okay, Jacksonville, or if they had maybe the Rams or some really weak team. I don't even know who they could be favored over. Arizona, Denver, Houston. I mean, that would be about it. Not a Minnesota or Dallas or even. Well, they were a dog to Seattle when they played. Seattle never punted in the game. If they couldn't stop Seattle, they're not going to stop Minnesota. That's the point. So yeah, they're favored. We're going to enjoy taking the dog in the game. Do you collect sports cars? Yeah, I did a show on it. I'll do another show on it. Yeah, I have a ton of them. What would you like to see? Should we tease Cincy in Minnesota? Yeah, you can tease Cincy, Minnesota, Cincy, Minnesota over, Cincy, Oakland. Go down the list. Cincy Mini, yeah. I mean, Cincy Mini or Cincy Mini over. Absolutely. Yeah, Greg and John, in the 90s, when I first got married, my ex brings home a hockey box of hockey cards, but it wasn't a complete set, which was the downfall. So, of course, me being me, I wanted to complete the set. So we found card shows, which was it's a very strong ironic. So we start going to the card shows. And the way my brain thinks, first I go to complete the set. Then I see boxes. I start buying some Skybox and basketball, and there's all these Jordans in them. And then we keep going back to complete other sets. And then we sit there and go, huh. And then I start collecting Bobby Orr's because I love Bobby Orr. And then I start collecting Marinos and Elways and Barry Sanders. And then so I get away from completing the sets into getting the star players. And then I really start thinking about it and I go, well, fuck that. Let's go back into the 60s. And I started collecting 61s and 65s, the Mantle, the Mays, the Aarons, the Clementes. And I got them dirt cheap and in best condition as we could get them because at that point there wasn't graded cards. I don't think they came out in 1990. I think they came out in the late 90s. And so my ex would look at the condition. That's what she was good at. She was like an artist. So it's got to be centered and good corners and a good pitcher. And she was good at that. And I got all these mid cards I've showed. I'll show you again. Or Mantle, Mays, they're all really good shape. But I need to get them graded. But that's what I did. So I went from completing sets to getting stars to getting old stars. And then just get them graded and off I go. So I'll show them to you. Bobby, have you still been watching the silver and gold videos? I talked about it in the other show. I am, but not. They keep repeating themselves. Oh, there's a shortage of silver. Yeah, we get that. You've told us that about 5 times. We get it. What the fuck are you talking about? Why do you keep repeating yourself? So I think what they're doing is, like here I'm doing a 2-hour class, and then what they do is they take little strips of the class. So they can take a 10-minute of this, and I can post it, and it'll shows new. And if you've seen the video, you've got the 10 minutes, and then they keep doing it. I do watch my guy on Friday. There's the 2 guys I watch, the British guys that I showed you. Those guys I tend to watch, but even there, you got to be careful with the 10-minute slice because you've already seen it. So there's a new one by the British guy tomorrow I'll watch. But generally, I'm watching. I know all that's going to happen. I think it'll happen in January because they keep saying 2023. And we're in 2022, so they're waiting. And I don't know what they're waiting for, but it appears to be January when our gold and silver go through the roof. Professor, you should trade in that Bobby Orr and get a Bobby Bow. I got some Bobby Bows, I think, but Yeah, you're just not worth enough, Bobby. No, I got fucked on the Barry Bonds and the McGuire. I got their rookie cards and Clemens, and they're all fucking steroids. And then for some reason that bothers people that they took steroids and they have no value. Phil, the Wall Street Silver Channel is great. I didn't like that. The three guys. I don't know. I watched a little of it and didn't. It was like they talk but don't say anything. I hate that. And I used to watch this Mike Maloney who came out with this whole 10 steps, how we're compared to the Romans and everything. And I liked that. And then I realized it really wasn't him. It was done by these other people, and he took credit for it because when he talks, he's a Keynesian. He shows the charts. They go back to '08. Again, this is the problem I have with these morons. They'll sit there and use the charts and they compare to 2008. Well, that's the same as I compare Tom Brady at New England to Tom Brady at Tampa, or compare New England to New England now. Well, in 2008, look at New England. And it's like, what the fuck? You can't compare the '08 was a housing crisis. This is an inflation debt crisis. Two different things, 1,000%. You can't chart it and you can't compare. And the fact that gold and silver are not going to be COMEXed, you certainly can't compare what a price is in gold and silver and what it did on COMEX to COMEX, because COMEX is busted. Now we're going to actually get to market, and you can't, this is going to be a huge price increase. Got nothing to do with what happened in '08. It's two guys with the rotating. Yeah. Well, okay. I thought it was three, but I don't know. I watched them a little. Do I have a Mantle rookie? No, unfortunately not. I don't think I ever saw one when we were looking. I did see some older Mantle cards, but back in the '90s, the most I would pay for a card is $50. It was all like, yeah, I'll pay $10, I'll pay $20, and 50. I didn't. It's sort of like gold and silver. This is the comparison I'm going to make. When you're looking at baseball in the 1990s, it doesn't have a big price. So you're sitting there going, well, I'm not going to invest a lot in it. I'll put in $50 and get I think I paid $40 for the Montana rookie, or for the Marino rookie, and $60 for the Elway rookie. And I think at the most I paid was $100 for the Montana rookie. Okay, and that was a big, but it was Montana, and I love Montana. It was like, okay, I'll do it, but it was really to get the Montana rookie. It wasn't thinking it was going to be worth $100,000 PSA 10, and mine's pretty damn close, as I showed you guys. See how it correlates to gold? Well, I'm not going to buy gold and silver because it doesn't do anything. And then boom, 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 it's going to jump through the roof. Well, it's the same thing. Did you ever think the Montana rookie PSA 10, or basically in mint condition, would be worth $100,000? Never in your wildest dreams would you think that. But it is, and the rice is $100,000 also. So that's your guide. You didn't get into it because you didn't think it had value because they weren't graded. As soon as they got graded, all the 10s went way up in value. Earl Campbell, Tony Dorsett, Lynn Swan, they all jumped through. Frank O'Hara, they all jumped through the roof when they're mid 10s. So keep that in mind. With gold, we don't buy gold because we don't see the value because it hasn't moved. Well, I can spend $1,800 on it, but what am I going to get out of it? That's not how you look at gold, but that's the problem with it. It doesn't move. So what you got to look at is the fact it's not on the derivative market anymore, that Russia wants it to go to its normal physical price. That's what's going to move it. So you're going to get a bang, but you're getting out of dollars to go into gold now as protection. So it's protection with a kick. it's going to go to its physical normal price, which is going to make us all rich because the $25 silver we're paying is going to be worth 2 to 3,000. And you're well going to go, okay, that's what should have. So that's how I can correlate the Montana and the Rice rookies, where I get them for, I think I paid 100. I think I paid 60 for the Rice rookie. And we looked for as close to gem mint as we could get. It's the one thing I knew. I wanted a great condition card. I knew it would pay off, even though they didn't have grading back then. I just said the better the condition, we should go after the best condition cards. Now, some of them, the 65s, were tough to get centered because Topps did such a bad job. But I got the Mays, the Aaron, the Rose, the Gibson, all those guys as well as mint as I could. Some of them you just couldn't, but one set that was really hard was the 71, the gray border Topps. It was so hard to find centered cards that weren't fuzzy. I got a Willie Mays that's kind of a little bit off. It's fuzzy. So now keep in mind, that's why I didn't pay a lot. So I didn't risk a lot, and I won't get 10 on that one, but that's okay. Some of them you just keep, but the bulk you do well. Greg John, Aaron Judge has got a rich contract, 9 years. Say I don't like the 9-year contract. Look at Cabrera. I mean, he had a 10-year contract with the Tigers. He played 3 years, and then the rest, the last 7 have been he sucks. So I'm happy for Judge. Where's he go, to San Francisco or what? But they're idiots. You don't pay anybody for 9 years. That's just crazy. Not only does he hits home runs in Yankee Stadium, which is okay, but where are you at now? San Francisco's got the wind and the ocean, so it's a little bit more difficult. But anyway, now he's facing National League pitching. It's going to be a little hard. Well, that's the problem you face with a 9-year contract. I would never give a 9-year. The most I would do is a 2-year contract. Prove it to me. You do well these 2 years because it keeps the incentive alive, right? Right now, Aaron Judge has no incentive to hit 2 home runs because it's guaranteed money. You just gave the guy 9 years, and in baseball, it's guaranteed. And so the guy, you think he cares? Oops, I'm in a slump. Oh, you know what? My hamstring's bothering me. They'll start pulling a Bosa. And that's the problem that happens. These guys, they don't, there's no incentive. That's why you go a 2-year contract, keeps that incentive. Look, I'm still doing well. Oh, okay, here's another 2 years. They don't like it, go play somewhere else. And these idiots, owners, what do you think you're going to do with Judge for 10 years or 9 years? What are you going to win 9 World Series with the guy? The Yankees didn't win the World Series. Oh, the Yankees re-signed him. All right, 9 years, he will become injury prone. Even if he doesn't, how is he going to trade? Bobby, why don't you go play for the Yankees? You're probably better than half these guys. Well, he has great power, but see, here's my problem. I watch this Moneyball, and all they want is guys who can walk. They don't even want you to steal bases. You walk and tire out the other pitcher. What kind of fucking philosophy is that? I want guys that can hit 300 and knock in at least 100 runs a year. That's all I want. And if you can't hit 300, I don't want you on my team. I don't want these. There's so many guys. You ever go through the box scores? And you go through the box scores, and there's at least 5 guys on every team hitting like 120, 150. What the fuck is that? I mean, how are these guys in the major leagues? Oh, they walk a lot. Yeah, that's great. When I got second and third and 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th and I need a hit, I got this guy up who's going to walk. Well, yeah, I'll win a lot of games with that. It's like Judge, either homers or strikes out, nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, but who won the World Series this year? Houston? I don't even remember. But the Yankees didn't win the World Series with the guy. Yeah, he hits power, but in the playoffs, and he can't hit in big moments. Didn't do shit. Yeah, it was Houston who won it. Okay, thanks, Greg. That's why I want a 300 hitter. Give me a 300 hitter. He'll hit good in the clutch. You give me a guy like Judge, I can walk up Verlander, and this guy ain't never going to hit. You get a good hitter. You get Bobby up there, he's going to hit Verlander. But the rest of these clowns, they're not. A guy like Judge will never hit Verlander. Yeah, the Yankees got, well, Verlander killed. Yeah, I think that. I know Verlander won, and then well, and that's what you would expect because it's like these football games. You're good against the bad teams. This is Lamar Jackson, right? He's good against the weak teams, the Houstons, the Clevelands, uh, and then he gets into the playoffs, and there's no room to hide. You're playing the strong defensive teams, and you don't do shit because you can't move on good defensive teams. You need to be a quarterback, not a running back, and that's basically Lamar Jackson and Murray. Um, these quarterbacks that you covet, this Richardson of Florida who's sitting out, who the fuck's going to draft this guy? What do you think you're going to do with him? As soon as he plays the good defensive teams or let him go against Mahomes or Buffalo, you think he doesn't have a chance. He's going to get killed. So I don't get that whole thing, but it's the same in betting. I want a guy who can hit the Verlanders, not the guys who can hit the weak guys and get 40 home runs, and then how it translates into hitting. So I don't see that. Phil, that's twice now. My comment has been repeated right after I said it. I must not be showing up for some of the chat. It keeps saying you removed it for some reason. So I thought you were actually doing it. I see the machine one. If he's anything like Trout, it will be an injury machine. And he can't hit in the big moments. But I only see that once. So I'm only seeing it once. I removed nothing. So that's weird. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Well, that's always been the problem. These guys who don't show up in the play. Well, it's the same thing in every sport, right? The guy doesn't. That's why some of the little guys in baseball who aren't the big stars do well because they can hit and they do well against these good pitchers, and they'll hit good in the playoffs where the superstars, not the superstars, but the big power hitters don't show up. But that's the same thing in every sport. That's why I kind of bitch about some of these running quarterbacks. You know they can't do anything in the playoffs. There's nothing they can do because they don't have they don't have they can't throw the ball well enough to infect the defenses. So they're not gonna show up. They show up against the weak teams. So what you got is teams that look good. That's why Baltimore never wins. They look good against the weak teams. They play the strong teams and they're out. Tennessee's kind of like that. Yeah, they look good with Henry until they get up against the good team. That's why you like Kansas City because Mahomes does it. Burrows does it. They know how to play. But look, they're both passing quarterbacks that can handle the pressure. Obviously, a golf can't do it, and the Niners need the quarterback. It's funny, the Niners have everything but the quarterback, and that's what's stopping them. But Buffalo with Josh Allen, he certainly looked good against KC, so maybe he's turning the corner. But again, all you need to do is blitz him, and he doesn't know what to do. So that's what you have with some of these guys. Um, I think that's what Michigan has with their quarterback. As soon as you put him in a big game, he's not going to show up. But you haven't seen a big game with him yet this year. The Ohio State game was not a big game. It was, but their defense sucks so bad that you're like questioning, is Ohio State any good? Georgia's going to slaughter them. It could be ugly, especially the way Georgia's now running the ball. This game's going to get real ugly. So anyway, yes, I collect assets. When I got done with my Austrian economics master's, the one thing I learned was to collect assets because they're always going to inflate the money supply as long as it's not backed by gold. So the money's always going to lose value. And the only way to protect yourself, and you can't be stupid and just own money, is to have assets. So gold and silver, I wish I would have had more of, but I got the baseball cards, which is the ironic part. When I got divorced, I took the cards. She got some paintings, and she got the house. And I'm like, once I get these cards graded, I'll be way ahead of her. Because all of a sudden, the Joe Montana rookie card's $100,000. Well, the house itself she probably got 300 for, which we owed 180 on. But so she netted a little bit. But I can't believe she sold the house. I got her into $1,000, a 4-bedroom, 2,500 square foot house with a finished basement, with $1,000 mortgage because we put 180 down on it on a $400,000 house. And the idiot goes and sells. She sells the house. Like, dude, you're in it. I'm paying more for $1,000 apartment right now, and it was fixed. It never would have went over 1,000. Hey, that's how stupid she was. That's one of the reasons I divorced her. One of many. But anyway, that's so the key to real in an inflationary system, which is what the U.S. is, and all these countries that aren't backed by gold, which is every country, they will inflate and print the money. And now it appears they're doing it on purpose to come out with this digital money, which I still don't understand what the fuck's going on with it. Is it replacing my dollars? Are they going to zero and out? You got to have the digital currency, or is it just like a crypto where you can have it and or you can have the crypto? I don't know. I don't understand it enough to find out if that's supposed to be what they're replacing it with. My biggest thing is I pull all my money into my safe. I can't buy too much gold because I don't know what I need to live on, right? I'm afraid of the bank run or the bank closing, so I got the money in my safe. And then the question is, can I take it in and get digital dollars once that switches over if I have to? If they say your dollar's worthless, but you got a 30-day window to switch it, then I'll switch it. Because I don't want to be stuck with money worth zero that won't be used, which is what happened in Germany in the 30s, right? They basically wallpapered their wall. It wasn't worth anything. So that's really what I'm debating about. But yeah, I don't know what the digital, but the key to survival is to buy assets, your cards, your jewelry, diamonds, your gold, and your silver. So that's what you want to buy, and that always will have value of your assets. Cars depreciate. Houses, if you bought them at the right time, will hold. But eventually they're going to go down because of the interest rates, going to skew everything. So that's really the key, is buying the assets. Bobby, I wonder if these players are stacking gold and silver. I still haven't forgave Josh Allen for blowing my wager against Minnesota. In actuality, got some comic books from years back just laying around. You think I can sell them for good gains? Depends what they are, and it depends on the condition. So if you have Batmans and Supermans and things like that, X-Men, and they're in mint condition, absolutely. It all depends on the condition. It's like finding cards from your father gave you cards, and they're all 1960 stuff. It's all the condition. If they're in shit condition, they're not worth anything, even though it's a Mantle or DiMaggio or whatever. Unless it's a 1907 Tris speaker, then I think those are PSA twos, and they're getting $10 million. But basically, it depends on the condition. It's all about condition. And like if you own a Batman #1 or a Superman #1 or the first time the Joker's in it, yeah, those are worth millions of dollars in good condition. But how many are actually like they grade comic books the way they grade coins. So you can get. I looked at a silver. I looked at a MS-70. MS-70 is the strongest. It's like a PSA 10. If you got a coin MS-70, it's perfect. Now I looked at one at the silver store and I said, "How much is it?" And he $79. He says, "We paid 40 to get it graded, so it's basically the 39 we're selling it for plus the 40 grade." I said, "So does that mean anything? So if silver's 2,000 an ounce, going to be?" He said, "No, not really. You're buying the silver for the silver. You're not really buying it for the MS-70. However, if you bought it, if you got an old coin, you got a 1930 something something, and it's MS-70, that's worth a ton because there's just not a lot of MS-70. So it all depends on the scarcity. So in your comic books, Bobby, if it's a Batman and it's a rare Batman and it's a 1940s Batman, chances are none of them are MS-70 or whatever comics are graded in. Therefore, yes, it should keep its value, even if it's a less conditioned comic book. So let's say it's a 6. How many are there? Then it gets into scarcity. So if there's none, 10s, 9s, 8s, or 7s, and you got a 6, yeah, you're sitting at $1 million. If it's a newer one, if it's the 1980s or 90s, it better be a 10 to get any value, and it better be, a popular one. X-Men's been very popular. I have X-Men cards that I thought were worthless. I had a whole box, X-Men cards, Wolverine, Spider-Man, all this shit. I thought was worthless. Hulk, Wolverine, Doc Ock, all this crap that's been in the movies. I had them in my 10-cent box. All of a sudden, I go into eBay and I see they're all worth $500-$600. I have a Hulk. It's worth $500. I mean, it's like, so I'm framing 100 cards that are now worth $300, $400, $500, $1,000 each. It's unbelievable. And these are X-Men, but because of the movies, they're very popular and everybody wants one. Now, they're not underproduced, and they better be 10s. They have a value. They are very heavily made, and a lot of people want them because of the movies. But I lucked into that one. Let's see. Where do you buy gold? I go to a coin store normally. There's one down the road a few miles, and I show you like the receipt. So like I just bought this. This was what I bought last week. So I go here. It's a store. I try to pay. This one I paid cash. He does take debit cards. He got burned on a credit card sale. So imagine this. How pissed would you be if you're a store and somebody buys some gold on a credit card? So you sell it to them. You've got the receipt, but you sell them 3 ounces for $5,000. And the guy disputes it. And the guy wins, even though he got the gold. He's got it, but he disputes it. And he wins. What the fuck's going on? I think I'll go buy a bunch of gold or silver or something and just dispute it. I mean, this is absolutely insane. So apparently, if you dispute anything, you automatically win. So they won't take credit card anymore. They'll take it from me because they know me, right? I'm in there every week. But normally, like if you guys called and wanted to buy it, you'd have to send them a check or a money order or something. They will not take credit cards because they got burnt, and I couldn't believe they got burned with it. Hey, Nick. Yeah, I already did football. Yeah, it's nice they didn't get in. Laugh out loud. Go to Cali to buy golf and then dispute it. They won't do shit over there with their stupid laws. Yeah. Well, yeah. You can go buy gold there, and that's what you meant. Yeah, I mean you just dispute it, and apparently it's just well. I don't even think you need to buy it. You just go in and steal it. From what I hear in San Francisco, people just walk into the store and shoplift, and nobody does a thing. So we should all go to Frisco and just go to a gold store and just take his gold. I mean, it's crazy. We're a baseball cards though. Uh, yeah, Nick, I gave Oakland over tonight, and then my free plays are Minnesota over and Cincinnati. TNF and SNF from SoFi Stadium this week. I don't. If I'm San Diego, I'm pretty pissed off. Nobody in LA knows I'm San Diego, cares about me. You can't just throw a team in, and it's just like sending a girl over to you, like, oh, well, here, go marry her. I don't even know her. I don't even know if I like her. That's kind of what San Diego. They had a big audience from 1960, San Diego, or 61 or 62. They might have started as Houston or Dallas or something, and now just send them to L.A. like it's no big deal. And they go to L.A. The owner takes the money, and they fuck the team. There's no fans. Who's rooting for them? I mean, only the people from San Diego to drive up the hour and a half on that fucking highway would come up to watch them. Do you think the people in LA give a shit about that? No, they don't care. So it's really tough on San Diego, but yeah, it is insane that well, that's the problem. I don't I'm surprised Oakland didn't go there. They could all play at SoFi. I'm really disappointed that Vegas has a football team because it doesn't taste good that you're putting Vegas in the NFL or hockey is open to too much fixing. That's why Jimmy the Greek could never talk about it. He kind of walked through it, walked around it. People are getting thrown out. Pete Rose can't get in the Hall of Fame because of gambling, and you throw a fucking football team in Las Vegas. Something doesn't make sense. And stay away from the props. They're just trying to fuck everybody with all these props and bet MGM and all this shit. Stay away from MGM. Stay away from the props, please. We don't know enough about them to bet them, and BetMGM gives the worst odds, 13-10 for teasers. Yeah, I don't want any part of that. Same thing with the Raiders. Never should have left Oakland. Too many low. Well, that's exactly who in LA, who in Vegas is a Raider fan. You're a Raider fan because you're a Raider fan, and maybe there's more Raider fans in San Diego, but people in Vegas, you think they don't even know what day it is, right? They'd rather be at the casino playing than that. So, and most of the people there are poor anyway. Can't go to the game. They're all dealers or valets or something like that. The real rich people aren't going to the games. They're not Raider fans. Profit Chargers should definitely move back to San Diego. Exactly. I don't know how. It's a big market, San Diego. I don't know how and why they would move. The owner, if you need the money that badly, sell your fucking team. He obviously did it for the money, but why would you move to LA? Let's say the Lions moved to Ohio. Who the fuck would go to the game? I mean, nobody, but you can't just put the person down and say, here you go, you're going to like them. Rams game tonight, Chargers game Sunday night. Yeah, I got it, Kidder. I know what you're saying. Profit margin. City of Oakland is bankrupt, can't afford to build a new stadium for football. That's because you let them go. The money you got from TV should have supported the stadium. And for both, the money should support it. But Oakland's not the only bankrupt city. If we take a bigger look, the country called USA is bankrupt. All these other countries called Germany and Italy and China and Japan and London or the UK, they're all bankrupt also. So keep that in mind when I kind of talk economics and kind of talk about gold and silver. They're all fucking bankrupt. They all have these huge debts. And what this idiot Powell is doing by raising interest rates on these bankrupt countries, charging them more to get rid of their US dollars, is fucking insane. They're all bankrupt. The whole fucking world is bankrupt. That's what people don't get. The money not backed by gold, you print it, becomes worthless the more you print. Look at Germany, 1930. They printed $1 trillion a day. They ended up putting it on wallpaper because you'd buy tuna and milk in the afternoon and it would be double by the evening. People would get paid at noon. They'd go to work, get paid at noon, go to the grocery store, buy their shit. Then they'd finish their job, they'd get paid then, and they'd go back, and the prices were much more expensive. Well, the prices didn't go up, the currency went down, as I explained. But don't think Oakland's the only bankrupt city / country. It's all bad. Oakland A's may be the next team to move to Vegas. Well, I think all of the teams should move to Vegas. Let's make it easy. Then you'd cut down on travel. I think the Yankees should go there and the Tigers should go there, Cincinnati. I think we should end up with just LA and Vegas. That should be where everybody plays. Weird taste of this. I hope it's not my tongue going on me. Meant to tell you, going to the Army-Navy game Saturday. Oh, that's great. I ended up, we're going to take Army and the points. I can't decide. It's such a low under. I can't go under, but I do like the points. Do I ever go to the casino? Seriously, Greg? You know I play poker. If you don't, I play poker. So yes, I go to the casino. Not as much as I used to, because I don't like how they switched. I used to go a lot, and then they kind of switched blackjack and kind of fucked with the odds on baccarat and blackjack, and then they kind of fucked with the money. Good luck finding a $5 blackjack or a $5 roulette or a $5 crap table or a $5 or $10 baccarat table. They're all $50. It's like it's a joke. I'm not going to play $50 blackjack because I want to play streaks. So I'm all about streaks. So I want to get in at the cheapest amount. I want to get into the $5 blackjack, $5 craps, $5 baccarat, get on a streak, build my winnings, and then go. I don't want to start with $50. I don't want to play a $4,000 ride to get away from my streak. I got to play 15 hands in blackjack. Well, with $5, it's $60. With $50, it's a lot more money. So I don't want to play that. So of course I go to the casino. I used to go to Caesars all the time and play poker and then watch the football games. Back in the good old days when you could just sit in a chair and bullshit with the guy next to you, going, "Who do you like? This is what I got." I remember I was at Caesars for the Alabama-Auburn game where Auburn got the late touchdown and then won on the missed field goal. I love that. But that was Caesars. That was 5-6 years ago or more. But that's when it was great. And then after that, I'd go play craps or blackjack or more poker. I've been more poker the last 5-6 years. But at this point, I'll walk through the Venetian and they're fucking $50 blackjack and there's nobody at the table. And I just roll my eyes. So you got a dealer, you're paying at a $50 table where I would have sit down if it was 5, maybe 10. and there's nobody there. What kind of maximizing wealth is that? You're like, are you fucking kidding me? You're at $50 blackjack, and it's not like the table's full. Look, I can play $50 blackjack. If I started with 5 and I won 8 hands in a row, I'll be up to 50. But I'm not going to start at 50 because I don't want to play like that. I want to build my bankroll to get to 50, not start at 50. Because that means I could lose $2,000, if I just get on a cold streak. I don't play like that. It's too hard to play. The odds have sucked. They've switched, especially blackjack, where it's 7-6 for blackjack to 6-5, and who knows all the other bullshit. Plus, go find a regular blackjack game. It's all this crazy. They've switched the games on you so much that it's very difficult. So poker, I can live with. Profit. Do they allow card turning at your casino? The way I do it, they never know. I can do it in a moderate way. I mean, it's not hard. If you see a bunch of small cards come out, the deck's good with pitchers. If you see a lot of pitchers come out, the deck's good with small cards. You don't need to count, but there's no such thing as card counting doesn't work. All it means is there's a lot of tens left. Well, that doesn't mean you're going to win, because what if the dealer gets the tens? Oh, I got a 10-6. The dealer's got a 10. I guess I'm fucked because I know there's tens left in the deck, so I can't even hit it, and I know he's got 20. So I'm fucked. So there's no point in card counting. You can't win with it. This whole bullshit of the MIT people, I don't believe. There's no way you can you can't. First of all, if you watch the movie 21, it's so fake. Secondly, it only lasts for 5-10 minutes, right? They're sitting there for hours. The deck's heavy. It's 15. Okay. 5 hands later, it's down to 5. Well, you're still sitting there. You made millions of dollars? Bullshit. It's not the way it works. 2 hands later, you're down to 5. What are you kidding me? The whole movie is ridiculous. What casino do you go to? Well, in Detroit, I go to MGM to play poker. I do not bet sports there because the odds suck. When I'm in Vegas, mostly Caesars and Venetian to watch my football and play poker. I like the Venetian card room. Caesars getting a little weird, but I do like playing there. The Wynn I stay away from because that's where all the pros go, apparently. I got caught in a game with the pros that I didn't know I was in, and I survived, but didn't really wasn't that comfortable. Atlantic City, I haven't been since I went there in 1981 when I turned 21. And I thought they had sports betting. So I didn't bet with my bookie, and I went to Atlantic City ready to bet football, and there's no sports betting there. What the fuck? You got casinos and you don't have sports betting? Oh, well, the NFL didn't want to get involved with sports betting outside of Vegas. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I haven't been back. I just assume go to, now I just assume go down to MGM. I used to go to Canada. There's a Caesars in Canada right off across the bridge, which is a half hour away. But to get over the tunnel and back, it's like the third degree. Why are you coming to Vegas? Or why are you coming here? I want to play at Caesars. Well, what's wrong with I got to ask these questions, right? I'm from Detroit. I go, well, why aren't you playing at MGM? Why are you coming here? I like Caesars. Like, it's like, well, I like chicken. Like, what kind of questions that? And just the questions they ask you, it's third degree. It's just, and then you gotta, like, if I go to Caesars, then you gotta exchange your money. You gotta play in Canadian, and then they dick you with, they charge you to exchange it, and then they charge you back to exchange it. So you win $100, you end up winning 30 because of the exchange rates. Wait a minute, I gave you 100, I won 100, and I'm walking away $30 richer. Like, so I don't go there with that, but I do go MGM and mostly to Vegas. Like I said, Caesars, the Venetian. That's about it. I mean, I played poker at the Bellagio, but I'm not that lucky there, and I only play where I'm lucky. Profit better odds at the Windsor Casino. I don't know. I didn't. I only play with poker there, so I don't know. Um, Maybe. Again, you're getting fucked by the currency. So you got to take 100 US and change it into Canadian, which is like 75 cents. They charge you like a 10-cent commission to exchange your money. Then whatever you win or lose, you exchange it back into US. They charge another 10%. So whatever odds you're getting on the FX rate. So I don't see any value in going there. Are you a pro poker player? Pretty close to it, I'd say, yes. Um, I win a lot at it, but I set myself. What I do is I go with 300, and if I get up a couple hundred, I'll walk away. But I'll do it 10 times so I can make money at it. But I don't. These guys on TV are all phony. Where they win $1 million in a tournament. Yeah, but they don't show you all the times they lose. I've never played the biggest I play is a 2-5 game. But I like playing 1-2 because I like to see flops, and then I'll play the hell out of you. So I'm very tough. I am very good at it. When I walk into the room at MGM, I am told, do you know who you're sitting next to? You're sitting next to the best player in the room. And I hate that because I don't want them to know I'm one of the best players in the room. So I'm very good at it. I'm very good at reading the bets and the players. And I am very good at you can't read me because I will give fake tells because I know you're looking at me. So I had a full house once. And the guy's looking at me, and I dump my chips on purpose, but I act nervous. And I restack them, fumble them a few times. He calls me, I turn over my full house. I'm like, here you go. Try reading me. And so I'm very good at that. I'm very good at understanding it. I'm very good at reading people and reading players from being so analytical in football. It's taught me to be analytical in everything. So I'm very analytical with people. Like I say, expected outcome. So when I talk to a girl, I pretty much know what to do, what's green light, red light. Like I say, I have a few girlfriends, which I think everybody should. To have one girl, I think you ought to be out of your mind. Then she dumps you for a rich guy, and you're sitting there crying. It's like, fuck, dude. It's like betting on one game. Bet on 5 games. If one loses, so what? I mean, have multiple girls. Go enjoy yourself. With these tournaments, isn't there a big buy-in? Like, well, the World Series of Poker, but most of those guys get in on a other tournament. So in other words, they'll play on one of these online things for $25, and then they get in, and all the pros get in on sponsored. They want them to be there to make it look good, so they don't pay. So I don't know how many people actually paid 10 grand, but that's really the World Series of Poker. And you got to be an idiot to play in that. You got to play with 5,000 people, and you think you're going to win? You got to be kidding. They don't show you all the losers. They show you the final table. They don't show you the 3,000 people that left with losing 10 grand who have to explain to their spouses that they can't eat for a month. I don't like tournaments. They're too slow. I just assume a cash game because it's quick and you can get up and leave. So I'll play a cash game. This is my little secret. So guy will have ace king on me and I got a pair of 2s and he makes 15 and I don't raise him. I just call him. I want to see the flop. I want to catch the third 2. I catch the third 2. I don't hide it. I bet into him slightly. He then re-raises me because he's hit his ace. He has ace king. He's hit his ace. He's got aces. He's powerful. Because he figures, well, I have ace king. Even if you had an ace, I got the king. I got 3 2s. So he raises me. I call. Then the next card I bet. He goes all in. I call and I got him buried because I got a set. He's got aces. That's how I play. I'm very sneaky and very calm. I don't like to show my hand, but I will bet into it with a set where most people won't. What I what I tell people, and I've told people on here, if you got aces, this is the way you play aces. Well, in Detroit, I know it's different in Vegas, but if I play aces in Detroit, I bet $25 pre-flop. I'm not slow playing them because you don't have a hand. Aces are shit after all 5 cards are revealed. So you got your aces, you bet 25, you maybe get 1 or 2 callers. The flop comes. If it's check to you, only bet 25. If they miss, they fold. If they check raise you, I fold immediately. And I'm right 100% of the time because the people who are paying the 25 have a pocket pair. And if it comes like 6, 8, 10, and they check to you and you bet your 25 because you got your aces, you're expecting them to fold. This way I don't risk a lot. They then, what do? They check raise me like idiots. Okay. Well, you're telling me, I got aces and you're not afraid. And now you're going to check raise me. Well, you're only check raising me with a set or 2 pair. Either way, I'm behind, but I'm figuring you're check raising me with the set. You've got to be out of your fucking mind if you think I'm that stupid. I fold in 5 seconds and I don't care. I know they got a set and they'll show me. Did you hit your set? And they go, yeah, I hit my set. That's kind of how I play. They'll show me their hand, and it's just incredible how stupid they are. First of all, you should have bet into me. Secondly, when you check raise me, it's a fold. Why are you check raising me? You would never check raise me if you only if you hit a set. So I got a big hand, so you don't expect me to fold. That's the key, right? I bet 25. I must have a big aces, kings, queens, maybe ace king, but I don't play ace king like that. Then here comes the flop, gives you a set. I'm strong. So you, instead of betting, like what did I say when I hit my set? I bet. Then he bet with his aces. Then we got all in, and then I turned over the set. He had no idea I had a set. I didn't check raise him. Check raising's the death because it's an obvious set. I don't know anybody that check raises you with nothing to bluff you. Not when you got a strong. See, you can't bluff a strong hand. I bet $25, which in Detroit's a big hand. If I was in Vegas, it'd be 50. How do you bluff that? The guy's got a big hand and he ain't going out. You can't bluff a big hand. That's not how it works. So maybe at the end, and all those bluffs are so obvious. Oh, I'm going all in. Oh, geez, I wonder if you're bluffing when you go all in, with that. But with the aces, if you check raise me on the flop, if you check me and I bet, that's why I only bet 25. The most I'm going to do is lose the 25. I'm not going to bet 100, and then you come over the top and check raise me. I'm betting 25. That'll get you out if you missed. If you just call me, I know you've just got your pair and you think I might have ace king. But if you're check raising me, you've hit your set. I'm gone. That's how you play poker very sneakily. So I do that a lot. And the last other tip I can give you is you're at the end. So the river's hit and it's 2 people and the guy checks. And now you bet. You got queens, but it's probably good. Nothing really. There's no ace on board, and the guy's checking. So he's probably got a small pair, just winning a showdown. And then you bet, right? Well, I'm going to bet because you obviously got nothing. You didn't bet on the river, after the river, right? Then he check raises me. Now, this happened in Vegas. So he checks. I bet like $40-$50, not a big hand. He comes over the top for like 80 or 100. I called him in 2 seconds. The reason I know he doesn't have anything, because there's no way in God's name After the river's out and you have a good hand, you're betting it because your subconscious is, I got to win. Just like I bet, right? I think my queens are good. I'm going to bet. That's how you are if you're doing it. If the river comes and you've hit a set or a straight or a flush, you think you're going to check? Are you kidding me? There's no way you're checking. You're betting that because you're worried that what if I check? You don't win anything on your straight or flush or your set or two pair. So if you are checking the river, you have nothing 100% of the time. I'm going to bet if you want to check raise me, then I'm calling you in less than 2 seconds. It's an automatic call, just like the reverse on the aces with the set. This is an automatic call because there's no way you have a hand, because if you did, you'd bet it. You cannot check on the river if you have a hand because you want to get paid off subconsciously. Look at people with four of a kind, right? People with four of a kind, what do? They hit the four of a kind on the flop, check. The turn, check. What do they do on the river? They bet because they're afraid they're not going to get any money. So they bet the river. So a guy with four of a kind bets the river. Don't you think somebody else is going to bet the river? So this is the whole concept. You've got to understand psychology when you play poker. People are out to make money. They're not very skilled at hiding it. That's what I do. So I know when I'm beat. I know I can feel that. I'm very good at feeling. So I know, and I'm very good at feeling the player. So I know the player who's, there's a Russian girl I'd play with at MGM, and she'd bluff a lot. And I got into a hand, and I had a pretty good hand. I don't know, two pair or something. So the flop comes, she bets, and I think I hit like ace king. I hit the ace, and so I call her, and then she bluffs again, and I go all in on her because I know she's got shit, and then she folds, and then the next hand, or a few hands later, I'm not in the hand. The flop comes, she checks, and then she checks the turn. So we're out taking a break, and I go to her, okay, you have such a huge tell. First of all, if you're going to bluff, you have to, and you make a big bet on your bluff and you hit a full house, you have to make a big bet on your full house. Because when you check your full house, I know you have the hand. Because if you bet on the bluff and you don't bet, you've got a hand, because now you want me to call. I obviously know you've got a hand. So when I'm in a hand with her and she's checking, very, very careful, I got to have a big hand to just play along with her. But I know when a bluffer bluffs and then he doesn't bluff and he starts checking, he's got a big hand. So that's how you tell. That's the tell of a bluffer, right? He starts checking instead of betting. So now all you need to do is go, okay, this guy bluffs, he's betting, he's bluffing, he's checking, he's got a hand. Simple as that. That's how easy it is. Once in a while, he might bet his big hand, but normally the mentality is, now I want to check because now I want you in the hand and you'll bet into me, but I'm not going to bet into you. You're normally a bluffer and a better, and now you're not. What's wrong with that? So you're looking for counter moves that people who normally don't do. So if you get a guy who normally checks and now he starts betting, especially an older guy, he'll sit there and he'll all of a sudden he's betting, and you're like, oh, okay, he's got a hand. Now, if I got a monster, I'll bring him along. I'll make a $50 raise, and I know he calls, and then the river comes, and I'll make a $100 raise, and I know he's going to call because he's already in, and he's only going to be in with a good hand. But I know he can't handle my hand. If he's in and I don't have a strong hand, I don't bet anymore. Because he only is going to play a good hand, or what he thinks is a pair of jacks to some of these guys is a good hand. I'm sitting there with a buddy from the health club, and we're we're at MGM. And he's got a pair. He shows me a pair of jacks, and the flop comes, I think, ace king. And I go, Kelly, fold. Well, I got jacks. Yeah, an ace and a king flop. The guys are betting. The one guy bet, the other guy called. Do you not think one of them's got an ace or a king, and your jacks are suck? And he calls, and then I talked him into finally folding, and sure enough, the guy, they both had aces. And I said, you've got to read the board. Your jacks suck with an ace and a king out there. Now, if it was tens and nines, then your jacks are gold. But just because you have jacks, if the ace and a king flop, you're fucked, especially if they're betting it. You don't have a chance. Get the fuck out. So it's simple. This guy's pretty smart, and he didn't understand that concept. So you've got to watch the betting. The betting's the key, how they bet. That'll teach you their hands. That's the tell. The tell is not looking at him through a microscope and seeing him sweat and all that shit. That is not, because I can give you fake tells that you'll never know what the fuck I got, which is the biggest problem when you play me. You don't know what I got. And that's really the key to it, is keep them guess. So that way you get a call when you probably shouldn't. And then it's easy to like fold against the, oh, I'm going to get him this time. So usually I call the all-in rivers if I have a good hand, if I think it's a guy that's bluffing me. Why else would you go all in? So you got four aces. We come to the river. Are you going all in? Really? Or are you probably going to bet like $100 if we're at my game? Right? Are you really going to go all in? Now, maybe if you have 120 left, you go all in. But I'm talking these big games, or maybe these, well, not even the tournaments, because the problem with the tournaments is you get fucked because you have to, the clock's ticking, so you have to go all in when you normally wouldn't, because the blinds and antes are going up, and so now I gotta go all in. So it screws up all your tells. But in the cash game, I guess if let's say it's a 500, we each have 500, and you have, would you go all in for 500 with four aces? Fuck no, I'd be putting in 200 and trying to get the guy to call me, right? I don't want him to fold. I got four aces. I got him beat. So I would never go all in. That's what you're thinking, right? So there's no way if you get an all in, it's a good hand. He's got a big hand, because he would want to he'd not want to go all in. He wants to get called. So I'll verbally say when somebody goes all in, I go, well, it looks like you don't want me to call, do you? And I look at his expression, and then I usually call him if I have a good hand, but I'm not usually in with crap. So if I'm sitting there, I don't play 2 sevens. I'm sorry. There's no reason to. It's stupid, and I don't play them. So I'm usually in with good cards and hit the thing, and then I'm going to outplay you. And you have no idea what's about to hit you. So that's how I play. Profit with these tournament 10,000. So you can play smaller tournaments. Now, they used to be online. I would heavily advise against doing poker online. It's all fixed. Gus Hansen, I was watching this thing. He was a great poker player. And he started playing online. And guess what happened to Gus Hansen? He lost $10 million playing online poker. What a fucking idiot. Okay. First of all, it's online. They can see your cards. There's programs out that they know your whole cards. Or you might be playing 5 guys that are the same person. You either play live in a casino or you don't play. You do not play on Poker Stars or one of these bullshit scam games. They're all scammers. So please do not play that. But I can't believe Gus Hansen was stupid enough to keep playing. I heard he was an accountant or something, and then he's starting to get back. Dude, if you start losing online, you can't put 2 and 2 together and realize you probably shouldn't keep playing online. It ain't bad luck when the guy calls every hand and folds your big bets when you got him beat. I mean, you got to be kidding me. I heard that. I was pretty sad for Gus, but then I realized he's a fucking moron for playing online and not realizing it's all fixed and they can see your home cards. So please don't play online. It's fixed. It's like anything else. They steal all your data. There's ways to hack into everything. Do not trust online for too much. Okay. They're gonna look into your bank account, the IRS, and all this shit, and you're gonna play online poker and think it's not fixed. Oh my God. Please don't do that. Anyway, what else can I tell you? Poker is just um it's really just learning the other players first and seeing who I can bluff and who I can't. I'll bluff, but not a lot. I don't need to bluff. I was at the table and I was getting crap cards, 2-7, 2-9, Jack 3. And after about a half hour, I said, "Well, this is nuts. I'm getting out of here because I don't play those crap." And the guy goes to me, "You need to bluff more." And I go, "Well, there's the right time to bluff and there's a wrong time to bluff. If you're betting 25 into me pre-flop, why would I bluff you? Why would I bluff pre-flop? There's $3 in the middle of the table. Why would I bluff $50 to win three? And who's calling me? And if I got shit cards, oh, I'm supposed to call, and then you're betting, and he's betting, and he's betting, and I'm going to go all in, and you're all going to fold because I went all in? No, that's not how bluffs work. You can only bluff a weak hand most of the time. That's why I'm saying you can't bluff my aces because you know it's a strong hand. You only check raise me with the set. So that's what happens. But that's it. It's not a matter of doing that, but you got to know who your bluffer is. So that's why you watch the other hands and see if somebody's bluffing or not. I'd say it's kind of rare that people bluff because they're insecure and they don't want to risk a lot of money for nothing. And then they get called and they lose. So I don't know that it's a common thing to bluff. What about the NFL? Do you think it's scripted based on the amount of public money wagered and the percentage on each team? I didn't think so before, but I do. I thought maybe a game or two was the real odd ones where the Pitt Cleveland, the fumble at the end, and they fumble and it goes into the end zone, and the other team happens to jump on it for a touchdown, which makes the under bad. I'm beginning to, with all this dealing with BetMGM and DraftKings and FanDuel, that it's absolutely much more fixed, but not in the teaser world. The teaser world, we're fine because we'll tease a game from 7, let's say 7.5 to 1.5. The fix will be you can win, but not by more than 7. So if we look at a 7, we'll look at tonight's game. Oakland 6, 42.5. Well, you're not going to fix the 42.5, but the 6 you might fix. Okay, Oakland, you can win, but by 5 or more. And then they'll win by 4. And then nobody thinks about it, but that's the type of fix. Maybe Buffalo 9.5. They win by 8. That happens probably a lot more. Dallas for sure would be a fix, 16.5. They'll win by 14. And nobody will be the wiser. Well, yeah, Dallas. Well, how did Houston? Oh, Prescott threw a pick 6. Oh, a kickoff return. Like, come on, that absolutely happens. Too much money to leave it to chance with online gaming now. Well, that's why they're doing the online gaming. What they're doing is they're making what inflation does by 100. So inflation steals our money, and our only protection is assets. Like I said, the cards, the comics, the gold, the silver, okay, or the jewelry. That's diamonds. That's your defense against inflation. Why do they want to make us broke? Because they want us slaves. The government wants power. They don't have power if we have money. They don't have power if we have gold and silver, or at least they're trying to keep gold and silver down so we don't have power because we're all supposed to be idiots going, well, the price of gold and silver hasn't gone up, so therefore it's not a good investment. Like I talked about baseball cards earlier on in the In the 90s, well, I won't pay a lot. Like, I could have got a real nice Mano, but it was $200, so I didn't buy it. Had I known now, if I could go back, if I could go back to the future, I'd go back to 1952, go to a drugstore and buy as many Mano rookie cards as I could find. Uh, that's what I don't believe. Here, this is the funny part about Back to the Future. So they do Back to the Future 2. He's got Gray's Sports Almanac. All right. And I got all the scores, and you're like, moron, go back to 52 and just go get Mantle cards. You don't need the scores. You'll be worth $1 billion with all these Mantle rookies. What the fuck? What the fuck are you thinking? You're going back, get the sports, get the Mays cards, get the Aaron cards. What are you doing worrying about Gray's Sports Almanac? So that was the biggest thing. And the thought was, well, he'll get a sports almanac and get all the winners of the World Series or whatever the fuck he wanted. But what are you doing? Just go get the cards. You'll be a billionaire. So that was the thing. So that's what I'm saying. That's the savings. So back to my thought. So what they're doing is they're fixing the games. And what do you hear? Oh, bet on the game, bet the prop, bet, a 14 teaser, bet a 14 prop, the score, the over, the under, how many yards will this guy get? How many passing yards will this guy get? Who will score the first touchdown? Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares? Anybody that bets that stuff, you got to be out of your fucking mind. That's not what this class is about, and that's not how you win. You win picking the games the way we pick it. We have fundamentals. We know why we're betting on the game. And off we go. The Lions are favored. We're betting Minnesota. They're the better team, period. Am I really going to – how many yards does Dalvin Cook get? How many catches does Jefferson have? I don't know, and I don't care. All I know is I'll take Minnie in 7.5. Thank you very much. That's all I care about. That's all you should care about. So they're deflecting you. They're getting you into these other bets that you have no idea what you're doing. And I guarantee you 99.5% of these people are losing, because the more crap you bet on that you don't understand, the more you're going to lose. I mean, come on. So it's not – I remember playing blackjack. I didn't know what I was doing. I knew how to play. I didn't know how to win. So I was in Vegas, and I met my uncle there from Toronto, which was total fate. He happened to be in Vegas the same weekend I was in Vegas. He's from Toronto. He was a professional. So he taught me how to play blackjack, and that's where I come up with you increase your bet. As you win, you increase your bet. So he takes me, and we start playing. We go downtown. I'm up to $185 a hand. I was on a streak of, I think, 15 in a row. So I'm losing $2 and I'm winning $185. So that's all I needed. That taught me that's how you win at blackjack, at roulette, at craps, at baccarat. It's the same strategy. Increase your bets as you win, decrease as you lose. You can win 30% and make money as long as it's a streak. That's why you bet black until it dies, or you bet red until it dies. You don't outthink it. Oh, reds do. Fuck, reds never do. If black hits 10 times in a row, black's the bet until the red shows up. Then you wait a few. If red keeps showing up, you're on red until black shows up. You don't think about it. You don't outthink the balls. You go with the flow, and you'll be way ahead of the game. So that's what I learned, and I won a fortune. Where before I was playing $2 blackjack. This is in the 80s. I had no idea. I'd win, I'd bet $2. I'd win, I'd bet $2. I'd win, I'd win 5 in a row, and I'd win $10. Then I lost 3 in a row, and I'm up 4. And I go, how do you win at this game? I mean, how many can I win in a row? And I'm like breaking even. So then to go. And you start playing 2, and then it would go, I think it was 2, 4, 5. No, it was 1, 2, 3, 5, 5. So it's $2, $4, $6, $10, and then you leave the 10 out there. So that's how you make the money. So if you win 4 in a row, you're making like $16, not $8. And that's really the key to it. So anyway, when you're hot is when you bet a lot. When you're cold, you get out of the way. So if red's hitting roulette and you want to start betting black, you better have a whole lot of money because you can lose another 10 in a row waiting for the, the red's due. The red ain't due. I know a friend who wanted to do that. Well, it's hit 10 blacks in a row. Let's bet red. It's due. Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. I'm on black. And, I don't know if he did it, but he'd have lost a whole lot of money. See, I can only lose one bet, right? I'm on black. I'm on black. I'm on black. I'm on black. I lose. Finally red hit. I lost once. That's it. Now I'm off. This guy, well, I'm waiting for red. Oh, I lost. I'll double up. Oh, I lost. I double up. I double up. I double. He can only win one hand. He's going to lose as many as it is. That's really the key to it all. Go with the flow. Don't try to fuck with the flow. Whatever's hitting, just keep going with it. So that's the whole point of it. So be very careful. But yeah, poker is very. I'm at the point now with poker that if I keep getting 2 9s and 2 7s and 3, if I don't get good cards, I don't. I give it a half hour, 45 minutes. I said this is ridiculous. If I'm catching good hands and getting burnt, I do the same thing. Oh, I got aces cracked 3 times. It's not my night, and I'll walk away. I don't have to play it, but I'm good when I do play it. And you'll get your days when you're doing it, and then you get up a couple $100. I cash in. I come back later, but I cash in. Once I feel I'm cooling off. Oh, I'm getting 2 9s now. Okay, I'm going to leave. So you let the streak run, and then when the streak dies, you get up and leave. So if I win 200, I win 500. I don't care. I'm not trying to make $1 million at it is the point. That's when you get in trouble, is when you try to make $1 million at it. You can't do it like that. Profit, where are you? Too much money to leave. Yeah. I'm making good money betting against the big public teams this season in all sports. Well, I would keep doing that. Like Dallas, I'd probably bet on Houston, but they're such a bad team, I can't. But I don't look at it like that. And that's the beauty of teasers. Like Army Navy, for example, I like the dog. So if the public is now on Navy and they're 2.5 point favorites, I honestly am not going against the public. I'm teasing the dog. So because the public's push Navy favored, I'm taking Army and the points because I like the dog in the game. I'm not really thinking going against the public. I really never do. I got a quick story for you on that. Bobby, so many unrealizable teams in the NFL these days. Unrealizable or just crappy? What was I was about to tell you a story. Okay, I'm in Vegas during Christmas. I don't know. Michigan was playing Kansas State. Tyler Lockett was on Kansas State. They were a pretty good team. The spread moves money on Michigan, I think from 4 to 7. And I'm at the poker table, and I hear the guy go, I'm going to go bet on Michigan because he wants to bet against the public. And I go, I don't think you want to do that here. Michigan's quarterback was out. Their backup had never played. I said, this is not the time to be fucking going against the public. This is the time to play Kansas State because the quarterback is out. He goes and bets Michigan. Kansas State wins by 3 touchdowns. I'm like, well, don't listen to me, but you can't blindly go against the public. You have to be very smart about what's going on. Unreliability. Well, as I said, Bobby, what you got in the pros, you have all these teams that you're really betting on third stringers. I go through the injury list, right? Some of these teams have 25 guys on the injured list. How many guys are on there? How many are starters? So you're betting a lot of third stringers. That's the unreliable part. That's why you stick with the Joe Burrows, and that's why you stick with the Philadelphias and San Francisco. You stick with because of the defense, and Tampa Bay's got all these injuries, so you're trying to stick with Brady. Rodgers is getting so when they get their guys back, Tampa starting to win, Green Bay starting to win. You can't blame Brady and Rodgers. It's certainly not their fault, but that's what you do. So anyway, back to the thing. So the guy goes and bets bets Michigan. Kansas State kills them, and I just look at him like, this is not the time to go with the public. So you've got to see what he was doing. He wasn't doing the homework. He didn't know why the public was on Kansas State. He didn't study the game and realize Michigan's quarterback was out. I think I had it locked, Kansas State -1 or whatever. And I don't know the guy, and I'm kind of like going, dude, this is not the game you go against the public. And I tried to be very adamant about it. This is not Michigan has no chance in this game with this quarterback. A quarterback ain't going to get him a first down. How do you bet on him? See, he didn't do the homework. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't know why the public was betting on him. That's his point. So if the public, like Army, Navy, there's no reason, okay, I'll take Army because the money's going on Navy, but I got Army as a dog. That's the difference. It sucks that college football is over. Yeah, that doesn't help. Where were we at? Profit. Tonight, 66% of the money is on the Raiders, so the correct pick would be LA using this system. Well, I think depending on who the now here's where we got to understand. If it's the same quarterback, if it's this Wolford, then yes, I like the Rams because they proved it last week against Seattle that they're fine. However, if it's Mayfield, you have to be careful because he's been there 3 days. Is he any good? So you really gotta, do you want to bet on Mayfield? I don't mind Wolford. He looked good against Seattle. That would be my only concern is Mayfield. Was that when Michigan had Denard Robinson or something like that? No. Tyler Lockett was on Kansas State. That's how long ago this was. Michigan had the regular quarterbacks. This is before Denard. And it was like a quarterback that, he was the guy he was at. He played all the downs. So he got hurt in the Ohio State game. And then the backup was Joe Smith, who hadn't taken a snap in the 3 years he's been there. So that's why Kansas State rolled him. And I knew they'd roll him. But look when Tyler Lockett, at least 10 years ago, something like that. But no, it wasn't Denard. It sucks that college is, we still got the bowls to make some money on. I find football season just fun. Well, that's because we're looking every week and we look forward to the next. Look at the pros. What are we doing? We're looking at next week's games. And then we wait. And then here comes Sunday and they play all the games. And then what do? We look at next week's game. So we're always looking the next week. So it keeps us looking ahead, which gets us to the end. Unfortunately, we love it while we're in it, and then it goes away, and and then we wait for next season because it's very exciting, very colorful. You love the jerseys, you like the scoring, you like the players. So it's a very colorful, passionate thing that we're into. It does suck. The bowls will be good if the players fucking play. If Thompson Robinson plays, I'm betting a ton on UCLA. They're playing fucking Pitt. They're only laying 3.5. Or are they assuming it's 3.5 because he's not playing? Why is Utah getting 1.5 from Penn State? Are they assuming Rison's not playing? But he hasn't announced it. So we need to see players sitting out. And I don't think any of these guys are portal guys. Thompson Robinson's done anyway. Rising ain't leaving Utah. Penix just came from Washington, but I don't think they come during the bowl if they're in it. They come after, and I don't think they sit out unless they're seniors. So I think we're pretty much okay with it. Profit, I find football season, yeah. NBA and NHL. Well, it's because they're every day. You're not doing a week and then waiting for the next week and waiting for the next week. NBA's every day. So you guys asked me, do I do basketball? And I don't have time with football to look at basketball every day. I could do it if I just focused on it because I would do the same trend analysis. Excuse me. I would do the same trend analysis. I would just go, oh, Boston is, a good home dog or a good road favorite or a good road dog. And how do I play teams that have played back-to-back games, 3 games in 4 nights? Golden State, I would probably do a lot more over-unders because now that I kind of figured that out, I would see the weak defensive teams in the pros and never bet on them. I would only bet the over games. When an over played an under, I would probably play it under because the under team normally will dominate, like the old Pistons used to in the Isaiah times when they wouldn't hit 75. The Showtime Lakers are hitting 110, and the Pistons are playing 79-point games and loving it. I don't know if Rising's a senior. He might not be. He was there. He wasn't their starter last year, and all of a sudden, starter gets hurt. And they bring in Rising. The guy's a superstar. This is his second year. I don't know if it's his senior year or maybe he's a sophomore because, he maybe was a freshman, so they didn't know, what he was. And then they threw him in and he played. So he could be a junior or a sophomore. But he's an all-pro, that's for sure. Are you going to bet basketball at their football season? Oh, what I did last year was bet the playoffs. I gave out a 50-unit lock, and Nick can attest to that because I gave it to him on Golden State in the finals. Golden State, I think it was Golden State and Toronto. And Toronto had won the first game, and then Golden State had lost. Golden State won the second. Well, Golden State, I don't remember the situation. Golden State had blown the big lead in the first game. And I think it was a must win for Golden State. They're going to go down 2-0 or something like that. Yeah, I think they're going to go down 2-0 and had to go to Toronto. If you're going down 2-0, going to Toronto, you're fucked. So I did a 50-unit lock taking Golden State in game 2 because they couldn't afford to lose. Their back was against the wall, and they blew them out by 40 points. But that's the playoff. Playoff basketball is much different because playoff is you can focus on the teams, right? The regular one, how motivated are they to play back-to-back games, 3 games in 4 nights, fly to the West Coast, everything else. Playoffs, you can figure it out. Okay, when does the team's back against the wall? Well, there's always in every series. If you're down 2-0, you pretty much need the game. Now, how good are you? If you're down 3-1, you pretty much need the game. If it's game 6, you're down 3-2, you pretty much need the game. So they're already written in when you play who. It's just you got to have enough horses to do it. Now, Golden State was very good. They blew the lead in game 1. So they can pound them. So they just didn't blow the lead in game 2. They just killed them. When they got to that point, they just kept going, which is what I thought. I was only laying like 3.5. So I locked Golden State in that series a couple times. I think Toronto won game 3, and then it was the same thing. Well, we better bet Golden State back because if they lose this game, then it was something that they had to win or they'd be down 3-1 or something like that. Yeah, I think game 4. Toronto won game 3, so now Toronto's up 2-1. And again, if Toronto wins game 4, then Golden State's down 3-1, and they're fucked. So again, I locked Golden State in game 4. Then they just kept winning, and then it was, all over. But that's my extent of basketball betting, which is really the playoffs, and I'm very good at that. Hockey, I don't. The only bet I ever made in hockey was Wayne Gretzky on Edmonton. This is the greatest. Um, I was going to Vegas, and they lost 5 in a row on the East Coast when they were Edmonton. This is when they were winning the titles. They had won the titles. They're five. They lose to New York, New Jersey. So they lost 5 in a row, and they're heading back, and they have a few days to rest up. And they're flying back to Edmonton. They stop in Arizona to play golf, to relax, get it out of their system. And I said to myself, if they play Vancouver, who was like a terrible team, I'm going to bet a ton on Edmonton. And I get to Vegas and I look, and who the fuck are they playing? Vancouver. This is like the biggest omen in the world. Like, this is who they play. I bet like $1,000. And this is, I don't bet hockey. And they win like 5-0. I mean, it was like, where do you get that from? Where did they? I picked the team they're playing against, and they must win because they lost 5 in a row. But I do that a lot. I get that inclination, that little thing. Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot of fun. All this stuff's a lot more fun than working. The poker, the sports cards. The key is buying assets, right? And the key is building your money so you can buy more assets. So if you take your money and you play poker, you better be sure you know what you're doing, and you better win, and you better quit a winner. This is how you gamble. You quit a winner, period. You do not want to get up $1,000 and give it all back, because you'll kill yourself. There's nothing worse than getting up $1,000 and giving it all back. You get up $1,000, you put 600 in your pocket, you play the other 4, which still gives you an opportunity to win. And if you lose that, you walk away winning 600. You're a little bit upset, but I won 600. You lose it all, you're fucked. I mean, you can't lose. You can't give back money. Maybe if you're up $100, you give it back. Okay. But that's what I do in poker. I get up $200. I won't give it back, because it's about winning. It's the psychology. I'm a winner versus fuck, I lost. And then you're fucked, and it eats at you. So when you get a chance to quit a winner, you quit a winner. More psychology than anything. If it's a big win, then that's different. That's your money. But that's how you do it. And then what do you do with your money? So the key is to have money so you can buy gold and silver, and you can buy sports cards and comics and all this shit. That's the point of the money. So you work to pay your rent or your mortgage and your car and your clothes, your girlfriends. That's why you work at the 9-to-5 job. But then the rest is, what do you do with the money? And that's what everybody argues about. The girlfriend wants money so she can do her thing. And the girlfriend wants her money to do her thing. That's where the fights come in. You go, well, wait, I need my money for football betting or poker. I don't have that much, and I need it to make bets. And the girl doesn't care. She just wants her money. So that's usually the big problem with the girlfriends. Do you drink when you're at the casino? I drink Diet Coke. I don't drink because of the sugar, and my dad died of diabetes. So I'm very careful with my sugars. Alcohol is all sugar fermented. So I won't drink, green tea, Diet Coke. I don't care. The high is playing the poker. The high is being with the girlfriend, not the drinking to get high. Doesn't do anything for me. Picking the winner, picking the Oakland game over and it wins is the high for me. Yeah, no, Professor, that's true. That sucks when being up, then going cold and going to the negative, leaving the casino with your fucking tail between your legs. Well, but isn't it psychology, Bobby? I mean, even if you walk away winning $500, I'm a winner. You can go back. This is my lucky place. Da 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 da. But if you lose, you're pissed at yourself because you were up. It's one thing if you lose and you lose. You just never got card, right? You go, you're down 500, you lose. Okay, that's totally different. You never had it. You never were up. That's okay. You've went with the 500 to lose. You lost it. But when you're up the 1,000 and you lose, that's a whole different animal. Absolutely. Prophet, seems like you have incredible discipline when gambling. Well, I think it comes through here. Absolutely. And people have said that to me at poker. I wish that I had your discipline. I'll wait. I won't play 2-8. If I get it 10 hands in a row, I wait till I get good cards. Most people need the action. So when you're playing Hold'em, you need the action. You're going to play just to play. Well, I can't win if I don't play. That's the famous loser line. Oh, you can't win if you don't play. How often are you going to win with 2-7? Tell me that one. And you're going to bluff your way out of it? Oh, really? What if the guy has a full house? You're going to bluff the full house? Really? Yeah, good luck playing poker that way. Bobby, drinking can make it even worse on a losing night, and waking up hungover and seeing all those negative signs in your bank account. The professor is the champ. Well, I'd rather be home with the girl, and that's my highlight. You don't get hungover, and you don't get sick because of all the sugar. So, yeah, you don't. You just got to put it in proper perspective. That's not what you're. The drinking's very bad. It's like smoking. People that smoke, it's poison. You're putting poison in your lungs. Why are you doing it? Well, it feels good. It tastes good. I mean, that's the part I never understood with the smoking. I'm not a saint, but I do it, and I gamble, and I'm with the women. I just don't need the cigarettes and everybody I know with cigarettes ends up needing an operation, being violently ill. I mean, so I don't get the positive of smoking cigarettes. I'd rather buy gold and silver and get a bigger high off of that. As Bobby said, looking at your gold and silver is a much better high than drinking. At least at the end of that, I have my gold and silver. I don't have the alcohol. Just makes you sick. I don't know. I don't get it. But why do you think Vegas walks around with free drinks? Or at least they used to. That's the other thing. I'm sitting at the sports book at Caesars. They want to start charging you for Cokes and drinks. Well, we got to be profitable. Oh, really? You're going to be profitable charging a guy watching the football game, which you're now charging $150 to sit in the sports book to watch the game. Are you insane? These people at Caesars have lost their mind. Pay for parking. They're trying to be profitable like a regular business. And they're not a regular business. They're a fucking casino. You don't charge for parking. You don't charge people to watch your games. You don't charge for drinks. You make the money of them gambling. You want them to come in and lose their money playing blackjack. You don't want to make money off of them for parking. You make money because they watch the football game at your place, and after it, they eat and go play blackjack. Not making $150 for them to watch. What the fuck are you doing? You're keeping me away from your casino because I'll sit there. Well, I'm not going to park there. They charge. And I'm not going to watch the game there because I got to pay $150 for a fucking seat. What are you doing? Who's in charge? They don't get it. This who charge? It's like going to the mall and they're going to charge you for parking. And to walk around, they're going to charge you to look at the billboards. Like, what the fuck is Caesars doing? I keep trying to talk to whoever runs that place. They don't have the balls to talk to me. I'd straighten them out in 5 minutes. I mean, I was there Thanksgiving a few years ago. No restaurant. It was like 11 o'clock. I was starving. I hadn't eaten dinner because I flew in, and I'm like, where's the restaurant? They were all closed. First of all, the malls close at 9. It's Vegas. It's 24 hours. Then I go to the food court. It's closed. You have a fucking food court. What do you mean you're closed? Don't you have any restaurants? Buffets closed. Restaurants closed. You're not a regular city. People are coming from all over the place. This is a tourist place. You don't know what time it is. What are you fucking closing? I had to leave the fucking hotel, walk across to Denny's or something, or, I think I went to CVS and got a tuna sandwich and a bag of Fritos and a Diet Pepsi. Because you couldn't find, how the fuck do you close restaurants at 11 o'clock in Vegas? It's 24 hours. That's Vegas. Tourists. What are you doing? Profit. Vegas used to have free breakfast everywhere. That was to draw you in. That was their point. We're going to make money off of you gambling, not worry about the breakfast. The casino here in Tampa has got some great roasted duck. I like duck meat, Professor. I don't know. I really haven't tried it. I'm not usually in the places to try duck. So I'll have a lot of chicken and I'll have a lot of beef and fish, but I don't normally eat duck. I haven't really been, if I've been to a place that has duck, I don't normally order it. I'll go with the chicken, but I'm sure I'd like it. If you like it, Bobby, I'll like it. How's Tampa doing now? You guys warm? Then I like the New York strip, the La Monaco. One of those nice ones. Vegas is very pricey. Yeah, that's the problem, Prophet. It's like it used to, like, I would go and I could, eat fairly well. And now it's like, what the fuck are they doing? They're trying to make money on the food and the hotels. The drinks. It's like, well, if you maybe didn't charge $50 for blackjack at the tables, you would actually have a table full of people. If you made it $5 and you'd have your money on the gambling. But no, you have this stupid idea that you're going to make the tables 50, they're going to be empty. So now you're not making your gambling money. So you're going to have to raise your prices on that. You're totally missing the boat on the way the casino runs. You make money on the gambling. And I know MGM in Detroit does the same fucking shit. Their food's very expensive. So now before I would, my New Year's Eve, I would go to the buffet. I'd go to MGM. I'd eat at the buffet, nice buffet. They had steaks there. Then I'd go play poker. Then it'd be New Year's Eve, and then I'd play poker. Now they don't even have the buffet anymore because of COVID. It's getting a little bit ridiculous. They replaced it with these stupid little restaurants, and they're expensive. So I go eat at a steakhouse or at my barbecue place or Chinese, and then I go down and play poker. So you've lost me for the eating. You price yourself like you're the only restaurant in the city, and you don't get the concept you're a casino. And again, your tables are too expensive. So therefore, you're not doing what you should be doing as far as the casino. In other words, you're making your gambling so expensive that they don't gamble, but you're a casino. You're not you're not Levi Strauss where you come in to buy the jeans. You're not Polo where I'm going to buy your clothes. You're a casino where I'm coming to gamble, but you can't make the gambling 50. Like if I walk around MGM and I look at the table games, which I don't play them very often, you can't find a blackjack table under 25. You can't find baccarat under 25. Roulette's $20, 15, 20, 25. Craps, $25. Who the fuck wants to play $25 craps? Are you kidding me? Not that you can't play it, but if you play smartly and you play streaks, you start at 5, you get up to 25. That's how you play it. You don't start at 25. If you want to play so many rounds, that's what you do. I used to play $60, $5 blackjack, which would give me 12 hands. If I can't catch a streak in 12 hands, I leave. That's the science of it. But usually after 5 or 6 hands, you start catching your streak and you start making money. But you need to have the 12 or whatever to start your streak. Well, they've taken all that away. I'm not going to sit there at a $50 blackjack table. That's $600. I'm not fucking around with $600. That's a big loss if I lose that. So I'm not going to play that. So you don't even get me to the table. That's how stupid you are. So I don't, the whole method of let's have $50 blackjack. Guess what? If it's $5 blackjack, I can still bet $50, right? It's just a minimum of five. Doesn't mean I can't play 50 or 100 or 185 as I did prior. Doesn't mean I can. I'm just starting at five. So by you doing 50, I don't even sit at the table. Is that really what you want? That's why I think poker's so popular. I don't know if it's still as popular as it was. Is simply because I'm playing you. I'm not playing the house. So therefore I have a chance and I can play 1-2 with $300 and try to win a little bit. I'm not playing $50 blackjack where I'm sweating every hand, worrying about the $50. It's warm out here now. Oh, that's good. I prefer the Texas weather last week because I enjoy it outside when it's cool, the final quarter. Yeah, I like that too. That's what's funny about Lisbon. I mean, it was cold here, right? It was just before Thanksgiving. It was warm in Lisbon. We never wore coats. I brought a sweatshirt. I don't think I ever wore that. We went to the beach. It was very warm in Lisbon. So just an FYI, if you go to Europe, you think it's cold now, you can go to like Spain, Lisbon. It's still warm outside. Profit. Is backrack all luck or is there a skill involved? Does card counting work? There's no card counting in backrack. The backrack is a little bit of skill, mostly luck, but again, you're betting. It's a betting strategy. You can bet the bank or the player. The bank is the dealer. Where in blackjack, you can't bet the dealer, right? Unfortunately. But there's a huge edge because if you break before they break, they win because you broke first, which seems like the stupidest game in the world, right? So in blackjack, what should happen is, all right, I broke. Oh, wait, you broke. So it's a tie. Why? Because I broke first makes you the winner. That's the biggest problem with blackjack. You broke first, so I win. What? Where backrack, you can bet on either player. So and there's really no dealer and there's really no decisions. If I get a natural 9, I win. There's no decision, there's no card, or a natural 8. If we each get zeros, 10s are zeros. So if I get kings and you get queens, and it's only a two-person game, but everybody can bet it. So if I get kings, I got 0. You get queens, you get 0. I have to take a card, and I don't make the decision. It's not James Bond. I'm not saying card or no card. They have it. It's all set. It's automatic. They'll flip a card and let's say it's a 3. So if they beat the 3, if you bet the bank and the bank beats the 3, you win. If they don't, you lose. But there's no decision make. There's a small edge, like if the bank has a 5, it won't hit versus the player will hit or something. There's some little edge that goes to the bank based on when they hit or when they don't have to hit. But basically, I guess it's luck, but again, it's based on you betting it. So you're gonna bet the bank. You're gonna bet whatever's hitting. So if the bank, it's like roulette. If the bank, roulette's all luck, right? Bank. So backrack, if the bank hits 5 times in a row, you're betting bank until the player wins. Then you switch to the player. And a tie doesn't mean anything. You don't lose on a tie, although you can bet ties, but you don't lose if it ties, you don't lose. So depending on what's hitting, if the bank's hitting and hitting and hitting, you bet the bank. The player's hitting, you bet the player. It's as simple as that. Don't try to think reds do or the banks won 3 in a row, the players do, unless that's the trend. If the trend's bank, player, bank, player, bank, bank, then you bet the player. But if it's bank, 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 you keep betting the bank. Or same thing with the player. That's how you bet. That's how you gamble. You have to believe in streaks and momentum and going with the flow. As you see it in sports, right? One team gets hot, they start winning. Well, look at the Lions. They've won 3 or 4 out of 5. Okay, that's good. They beat Jacksonville. That's good. So, they're hot right now, which is fine, which is why I'm thinking, well, maybe I'll take Minnesota over. I know it's going to be high scoring, but I like Minnesota. But they haven't played Minnesota, right? They keep beating these shit teams. So again, it's going with the flow and who's hot and staying with the hot team or hot color or hot number. That's what you want to do. Does card counting work? No, I've said it doesn't. Card counting is how many tens are left in the deck versus how many little cards are left in the deck. But it doesn't mean anything because just as easily, okay, there could be 100 tens left in the deck and you get a 10 and a 6 and the dealers gets a 10 and a 10. What are you going to do? You're going to hit your 16 and bust because all the tens, or you stick and the probability the dealer has a 10 underneath the 10 is 95%. So just because the deck is rich doesn't mean you're going to get them, and it doesn't mean you're in a good situation. So I don't believe card counting works. I believe you can just visually look and see that there's 15 cards were dealt. They're all 6 and under. Okay, maybe the 10s are due. Maybe not this hand, but the next hand. But how long is it before they switch? Oh, here comes all the 10s. There's no more 10s left. So now what do we do? So that's why I don't buy it. I don't think it works for more than 2 or 3 hands. That whole movie 21 is all bullshit. These MIT guys is all bullshit. There's no way they made any money on it because it's 10 reds doesn't mean you're going to win. And it only lasts for maybe 3-4 hands until the deck switches. The deck doesn't just stay, well, what do you think is going to happen? Oh, well, there's a bunch of 10s left in the deck. Oh, okay. Oh, well, this hand, there was no 10. So there's now still a bunch of 10s left. The next hand, oh, well, wait, no 10s came out. So there's still a bunch of 10s left. Oh, really? Well, there's a bunch of 10s left, but 3 hands in a row, no 10s have hit? Really? So how are you winning then if there's the deck's rich in 10s and they're throwing a bunch of 3s and 6s out there? So that's a bunch of bullshit. What about the no bust strategy in blackjack? I didn't know there was a no bust strategy in blackjack. What the hell is that? You never take a card to go over, then you're going to lose a lot of money. You got to hit when you got to hit. You got to stick when you got to stick. You're playing against the dealer. If the dealer has a 10 up and you have 14, you're hitting it 100% of the time. If you got 14 and the dealer's got a 6 or a 5 or a 4, you're never hitting. You're letting the dealer bust. First one to bust loses. You want the dealer to bust. But if you got 14 into the dealer's 10, you got to get the fuck out. You gotta hit because what are you gonna do? You can't sit there and not hit 14 and the dealer's got a 10. How many times do you want the dealer to show you 20 and you didn't hit? You've got to hit it. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense not to hit when you have to hit. Maybe once in a blue moon you don't hit and the dealer's got 6, it turns over a 6 instead of the 10. And maybe you did it, but I wouldn't. I've never heard of a no bust strategy. I don't think it's a strategy. I don't think you're going to win with it. I never heard of it. Sounds very stupid to me. Anyway, we've covered a lot. So why do we own gold and silver? Because of the inflation. So everything is based on action, reaction, or to get the expected outcome. And that's the key to life. You've got to be thinking, and you got to think what's going to happen. And you got to think what's going to happen if this happens. So you're looking for expected outcomes. We expect the outcome today is Oakland and the Rams, depending on the quarterback. If it's Wolford, I don't know about Mayfield, we expect a pretty high scoring game because they're selling the Rams short unless it's Mayfield. They put up 23 points against Seattle last week. They scored. You can't undervalue the quarterback. MIT guys all got busted and barred after winning tons of money, if you believe that. Sorry to be random. Think my Georgia future to win it all at plus 200 is still good. Yeah, I think you're fine. Georgia's running the ball. I don't see TCU. I'd be more worried if it was Kansas State because of their defense. TCU's got a decent defense, but I don't know. I think Georgia, you're fine with the Georgia. I wouldn't worry about it. Professor Elijah, well, thank you very much. I don't believe the MIT guys. I believe they got barred. I don't believe they won a ton of money, and if they did, it wasn't counting cards. Because, like I just said, the deck doesn't stay hot that long. So you're at the table with a high card count for only 2 or 3 hands. Right? So you're at Jesus. So let's say you're plus 17. How long is the deck going to be plus 17? So you play 2 hands, now you're plus 10. I mean, because the 10s are going to come out. That's the whole point. Oh, the deck has a lot of 10s. So the 10s come out, and now what? You're not plus 17 anymore because 7 10s just came out. Now you're plus 10. So you're going to still win? I mean, wasn't the whole point of the card counting that the 10s are going to come out? And just because the 10s come out doesn't mean you're going to win. If the dealer gets the 10s and you don't, you're not going to win. So there's too much bullshit to that. I don't believe they made all this money card counting. They might have made it a blackjack getting lucky or something, but I don't buy it. Because I'm watching this movie 21, which is supposed to be the MIT guys, and I don't buy it for a minute. The guy's sitting at the table way too long. Nick, if you're into gambling shows, movies, you check out Tim Donahue, DOC on YouTube. Crazy how basketball is fixed. It still happens today. Yeah. Well, we know it was fixed. Most of the shit is. 2 for the Money, also a good movie with McConaughey. Well, yeah, we watched that. What I don't like is it makes handicappers look bad, and it just makes the gambling look bad. I don't like the way they do it. They always tend to make the handicapper, the people like me, look bad. And I'm looking like, okay, the guy goes 14-0 and he's all excited. Like, you ever see me get all excited? I mean, I expect to go 14-0, but I don't put my picks in on Tuesday just because I do it for the over-unders only, but I just put in some picks yesterday, which was Wednesday, and now I'm going to put in a few more. But I don't get. I don't really get the way they make it in Hollywood. It's like margin call. They make these guys look like the biggest freaking idiots. Oh, what's going on the street? Oh, you mean people aren't paying their mortgage and everything we have in the mortgage-backed securities is going to go bankrupt because people aren't going to pay their mortgages? And we're surprised by this? Are you fucking kidding me? You got to be nuts. How can these people not? How can you be in Wall Street and not understand that? Or I'm a whole lot smarter than I think I am. Profit. MIT guys would have one person play and single their partner when the count goes to drop alert. Yeah, no, I understand that, Profit. I mean, that's what this 21 movie is. So you got the guy signaling, and then the guy comes in. What I'm saying is The deck's only going to be hot for 2 or 3 hands. The movie makes it look like the guy's sitting there for an hour and a half winning all this money because the deck's, plus 17 for 4 hours. And I'm saying that's impossible. Eventually the tens come out, and eventually the deck goes back to synergy, which is going to be back to even. But you don't sit there for 2 hours, or it appears to be a long period of time at a table with the count high. That can't happen because eventually the tens get exposed. That drops the count, and now you actually have to play blackjack with an even money thing. And, is that going to happen? So I just don't buy that. I know what you're saying. I know what the stories are, but I don't believe that for a minute. Because I know, I'm not count carded, but I've been at the table where there's been a lot of, I see a lot of small cards. So I go, oh, okay, I'll card count. There should be a lot of tens due. Oh, geez, I got 16. The dealer's got the tens. I just got fucked. He's got 20. I got a hit. I get a 10. Oops, I thought I was supposed to win. The count's heavy. And so I don't buy that. Maybe you get a little bit, but I just think it's streaks. I think if you catch a hot streak, it doesn't matter how many tens are out. Again, there's other cards in the deck. You could catch 16 and 15 into tens. With a rich 10 deck, you're fucked 12 ways from Sunday. So I don't believe that's a guarantee that there's a lot of tens in the deck means you're a winner. That's my problem, right? That's what I disagree with. But I know I saw the movie and they do that. And it's a bunch of bullshit. I think they glorify it, but I don't think that's anywhere near reality. If it was reality, I would see that. I was watching Vegas last night, the James Caan TV show, and this guy was at the valet, and he had a little digital, and he had all the cards. And this guy's winning all this money with the cards because he could see, the cards in the deck. So the guy was betting, knowing what the card was. Okay, that I can understand, but not this bullshit of card counting. They make it sound like it's just way too easy, and it's, just know there's a lot of tens left. You're going to win. No, that doesn't work. That's bullshit. I played enough blackjack. I'll play I'll play my streak system any day over this 10 system. MIT guys also had major losing streaks as well. Oh, of course they did. And they shouldn't have, because when the count drops, they got to get out of there. So that's my point. So when it's 17, okay, I sit. All it means is there's more tens. It doesn't mean that 5s, 6s, and 7s have gone away. So, okay, but again, you should have only 3 or 4 times. You play maybe 3 or 4 hands, and then you're out. And I did read up on that, Prophet. The guy, the teacher in the movie, who was the guy who ran it, basically took 50%, and everybody got pissed. Well, why is he getting 50%? He doesn't play, but he puts up the money, and then basically they all lost on purpose, because since he put up the 50%, he lost a bunch of money. So they lost on purpose so he'd lose, because they didn't like how they were doing everything, and he'd take 50%. But it's like anything else. There's no system to, he's got that, he's there, so therefore the deck's rich, so therefore we're going to win. No, that doesn't. That's not reality to anything. There is no shortcut. There's no, if the deck's 25 and there's if the deck had nothing but tens, well, isn't the dealer going to get the 20s too? That's the other end of it. We split. Nobody wins. We all got 20. Nobody wins. And there's no way that works. Sorry. The streak system works because I can bat 300 and win. right? Just like baseball, I can hit 300. I'm a superstar. I can catch a streak and win like 5 hands, and I got to win that fifth hand where I take my profit back, and then lose. I can lose 10. So I can win 5 and lose 10 as long as it's a streak and make money. Where else can you do that? So I don't even go, I go 50% and I make money because my system, streak system, I'm increasing my bet and winning. And therefore, when I increase the bet and win, I'm winning more than when I go to one unit and I lose. I'm losing far less, and then I win. I catch the streak and I win, and I go 500. That's what you want to get into. I don't have to go 80, 90%. The same thing with football. If we bet properly, we can lose more than we win and still make money. Profit. The players were only getting a small share of the profit. Yeah, exactly. But they weren't using their own money, at least. Well, I mean, why not? Why didn't they? Why didn't they just, didn't they have money? Uh, Obviously, they knew what was going on, so why don't they just, a couple of them go and we'll do our own thing? Or didn't they have money? They're at MIT. They obviously have money to go there, so that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Um, I know one of these guys is a poker player, Andy Block, supposedly, but he doesn't have any money, so I don't know. I just question again, I question the validity of it. They were poor students. Well, they were stupid students too. I can't wait to go back to the coin store. Well, there you go, Bobby. Have you bought gold yet, Bobby? Because if you're getting a kick out of silver, wait till you start buying gold, and you better hurry up because it's running out. And have you been buying like the whole 20, the 20 plastic silver? Lee Farley. Hi, Lee. Give me a good 4 pick for tomorrow college hoops. Is it me or is it a fucking blast when walking out? Oh no, same thing with me. I can't wait. Sometimes I go to the swim because it's on the way to swim, and I'll go to the swim and I'll have usually my silver, and I put it in my middle console and I lock the car and I park it away from everybody and I go swim and I'm like, is my car anything broken? And then I look in the silver still there, so I'm excited. I buy too much gold. The other day I went and got the money out of the bank and I bought some gold. I came home and I put it in the safe before I went swimming. No, I mean, it's more exciting than women, that's for sure. You can't explain it. It's such a high, but if you think about it in normal terms, what we're doing is exchanging money for gold and silver. And we're not spending any of it, right? You took $1,800 and you bought an ounce of gold with it. The ounce of gold's worth $1,800. You haven't spent a dime. So it's not like you've just spent $1,800 on golf clubs or steaks or anything. You've put the $1,800 into gold. That the gold's going to be worth $50,000. The dollar's not going to be worth $50,000. So if you just look at it logically, this is going to be worth 25 cents soon. Okay, this dollar will be worth 25. Right now it's worth 50 cents, but I don't even think it's that. It's probably worth about 10 cents. It's going to be worth 5. There's no way this goes up in value, right? It can't. It's printed. They print and print and print, and it hammers down the value. But by switching to gold and silver, and because they've held it down with COMEX and now they're releasing it and the Russians and Chinese want it up here, it's going to go up to market. So not only have you switched your dollars to gold and silver, you're now going to get market prices. So you're going to make a boatload of money on the gold and silver money that you basically didn't even buy. You've switched your money into gold and silver. It's not even you bought it. You just switched it. That's the beauty of the whole thing. I got some Buffalo rounds, 10-ounce bar, and regular silver coin. What else? I'm buying some Maple Leafs next to switch it up. Bobby, buy some fucking gold. I got the Philharmonics, which is Austrian. You'll like the British. The Queen's on those. The Canadians are nice. I mean, again, you're just buying the ounces, but why aren't you buying gold? What other design? Okay, the Buffaloes, Maple bars. What others? Why did we ever go off the gold standard in the first place? Because the crooked politicians can't print gold and silver. The crooked politicians have to get off the gold standard so they can be corrupt, create inflation to fuck everybody over, and print a bunch of money to throw in their accounts, and they can't do it with gold. That's the simplest explanation why we're not on the gold standard. Lee, this was a betting live. This is a class where I teach gambling, poker, football, and gold and silver. A betting live. I don't know what a betting live means. I went through the pros and gave my opinions on the NFL games, which is much earlier in the tape in the beginning. I don't do basketball until the playoffs, so I can't help you with that. I don't even know who's playing. If you go to my site, www.teaserking.com, you can buy this week's picks. I got 2 locks. I've got 2 other games posted, and I'll probably, after talking more, we'll post another 2 or 4 games. So basically, this is a classroom how to really, I teach a whole lot of shit about gambling and economics, and I go through the why. Why are we taking the over in the Oakland game tonight? So I go give you the why, and it's up to you to make the pick, but I'm giving you logic behind it. So it's a good play. That's what I do, and I do it better than anybody. So if you just want picks, then you'll have to go back to the beginning and get my football picks, and you can certainly bet those any way you'd like to. I'm very supportive and will help you with that, but I don't just I can't give you a 4 pick for college hoops. I have no idea. But I can give you a 4 pick on pro football. So the gold standard works. See, we wouldn't have any of this problem if we were on the gold standard, because the gold standard, the whole point of the gold standard was to protect the citizens from the tyranny of the government. There should never have been a central bank, and there should only have been gold and silver. That's in the Constitution. When they wrote it, they knew all the bullshit that happened. They knew what happened in the other countries, like Amsterdam and France, and they blew it up because they inflated. So you can't inflate gold and silver. Knowing that, we should be only with gold and silver. When they come out with this bullshit, it's so they can print it, inflate it to tax us, and print so they can put it in their pockets. That's why you have dollars. That's why the whole world's fucked up, because they're all printing and printing and printing, thinking we're a bunch of fucking morons. And they're inadvertently keeping the price of gold and silver down, so we're not interested. So we stay in the dollar. Much like as we talked about the sports cards. Well, I'm not going to spend a lot on the Mantle card because, it's only worth a couple $100, and it's Mantle. And if it's not worth a lot, I'm not going to spend a lot on the cards. Oh, shit. Are you kidding me? The Montana rookie's $100,000. The Rice is $100,000. And God knows what the Mantle cards are in the millions. And we know the Jordan rookie's over $1 million, and the Brady's got a $1 million card. Yeah, maybe the card industry is worth a lot more than we thought, and that's gold and silver is worth a hell of a lot more than we think. We just need the Russians and Chinese to save us to get to the real price. Bobby, can you just give him 4 random unders? Because college basketball has 35-second shot clocks, and then they turn it over. Bobby, if I knew 4 teams that were playing, I would give it to them. But I don't even know. I don't even look at college basketball. Uh, here's 4. Take the Army and 8.5, but you got to bet teasers. We go Oakland over. We go Minnesota over against the Lions and Cincinnati even against Cleveland. There's your 4-team teaser parlay, whatever you want to call it. I would tease them though. So there's your 4-teamer, and if you win, I get 20%. I can feel I'm getting better because this doesn't hurt, but now my stomach's starting to hurt when I cough. I think this is the end of it. So I got to go take another hot tub, but that's getting painful to cough. We need to sweat because the sweating always helped me. So I'm going to go, I'll try to ride the bike. I should be able to do that in a nice hot tub. Yeah, I can't watch college basketball. It's so bad. Anyway, so that's where they get you at. They get you into believing something that isn't true because they make it false. The only thing we should be on is the gold standard. It's the fairest for the people. If you want the fairness to be for the people, that's why you need free markets. Free markets is good for the consumer, not for the manufacturer. That's why JP Morgan wanted monopolies because he doesn't want it fair. He wants to be the only player. Then he can set prices whatever he wants because you don't have competition. So therefore, you're going to pay whatever I charge you for it. That's why you moderate the heat and electric before they charge us $1 million for heat. It's moderated into this is how much you can charge. But like I said, my poor girlfriend in the Ukraine, she doesn't have heat. I think she bought some sort of heat lamp or something because she doesn't have. The fuck can you not have heat in the middle of Ukraine in the middle of December? Jesus Christ. What are they doing to these people? Anyway, Bobby, just hope you don't bet just $5 to win 50 to get a good laugh out of it. Betting to win beer money. Yeah, I don't get. I got one guy who did that to me. I says, "Well, I get 20%." And he shows me his ticket, and he bet like $20. I don't know what he was going to win. I says, "Look, it's a $50 minimum here. You can't. I don't do this for $20. Go learn. Watch my videos and learn what the hell to do. And then if you don't have money, then go buy silver with it. Don't bet." Don't bet sport. If you don't only have $25, go buy silver. When it hits 5,000 an ounce, you can thank me, and then you'll have money. But that's what you should be doing, not betting a $10 for 3-teamer to win whatever 40, $50. Fucking buy silver. This is what people don't get. I mean, you have money. What you're trying to do is the best thing for the money. In other words, what's the best way I spend my money? Well, like I just said, if we buy gold and silver, you're not even spending your money. You're switching it from paper asset, which is going to be worth zero, to gold and silver, which is going to be worth thousands and thousands of dollars. It's a fucking no-brainer. But people don't believe it because gold and silver, why hasn't it moved since 1971? And I say because of COMEX. They've price fixed it. And it's been proven and taken to court. And we all know it's price fixed and it's blown up. So it won't last. And the Russians and Chinese want the price to go up, and it's going to go up. That's it. Or that's the bottom line, right? So I don't know how else to spell it to you, but that's what you got. But everybody believes, well, it hasn't gone up. It's not going to. Yes, you can believe that if you don't know why it's been held down. But now you know it won't be held down anymore, or very soon. They're going to reprice it. There's too much activity. They're going to reprice it. So once they reprice it, it's going to be a lot higher, but you won't be able to get it you won't be able to get gold at 1,800 once it goes, you'll be 40, 50,000, right? Not 3,000 like these idiots say. No, that's Comex 3,000. The real price will be 40, 50,000 at least. Now it might take a little bit of time to get there, but that's what it is. But that's the best thing to do with your money. How do you spend it is the best thing, and you're looking for a return on investment. That's what you're trying to do. The best return on investment is how you spend your money. Gold and silver right now. Um, anyway, that's how you got to look at it. Yeah, he might buy $5, play $5, whatever. But I don't know. It's pretty obvious, isn't the title NFL? Isn't my title Week 14 NFL? Why would you come to me looking for college basketball? I don't know. I should list the gold and the economics. That's why I do the other shows to kind of show that. I had a buddy who was doing well owning a car lot and would bet on boxing match with money line at minus 5,000 to win 100. He won every time, but man, that's crazy juice. Well, he's clear he doesn't know what he's doing. Because if he loses once, he's down $5,000. That's all. He's got to win a whole lot of the hundreds to make up for it. And there's got to be better ways to bet than 5,000 to win 100, which I've shown you is not good because the odds aren't really correct. 5,000 to win 100. So we will see. Anyway, what else can I expand on? You wouldn't even know the fighters, but would just ask me if this guy good, and he would just fling it. Yeah, it's a guy who did his homework, really knows how to bet. Yeah, absolutely. What can I say, Bobby? With friends like that, you should have had them invest in you. Hey, I need some money for gold and silver. How about more econ talk? What would you like to know? I mean, we got a lot of shit going on in the world. All these countries are going broke on purpose. They're printing and printing and printing, stealing the money. It's all going to be worthless. I don't know how this digital money is going to work because I don't know. What does that mean? I mean, is it like a credit card? Is it a debit card? The debit card, I need money in my bank, so I don't know how that's going to work. I don't get it. I got to get more clarification on digital currency. Like, is that the only thing we can have? I keep hearing from bankers it's not. It'll be like crypto. And if you haven't gotten your money out of crypto yet, I have no idea what you're waiting for. If I have my money in any other investment, it would be in gold and silver. As I said, I've sold all my stock, moved my money from my IRA into my bank, out of my bank into my safe, and most of it out of my safe into my gold and silver. So if you're still in stocks, you're going to get killed because of inflation. They make the dollars more expensive, which makes earnings hurt, which makes stocks go down. There's also going to be a railroad strike or something with the railroads. I heard they weren't happy because apparently, I don't remember who. I was probably talking about somebody at the hot tub. I have these conversations. And they said to me, well, the people working at the railroads aren't happy because if they take a sick day, if they get sick, they have to work like 7 days to make up for it. So if they're sick for a couple of days, they're like 21 days to make up for 3 sick days. And with COVID, it's not, look at me. And so they're saying they might all strike or just all call in sick. And then they'd have to shut it down because they wouldn't have anybody there. They'd all have to work all this extra time. So they weren't happy the way it got settled. I I hear silver is going to be in high demand due to electric cars, etc. Well, it is already in high demand. They're already run out of it. It's the electric cars. It's the solar panels, batteries, all that shit. That you can only use silver for the electric car batteries, and there isn't enough of it. So I don't know what the fuck they're going to do, but it's already in high demand, Bobby. Very high demand. Profit, do you think Bitcoin will drop to 10K? I think it'll drop to zero. Bitcoin is Russian mafia hiding. And you see all that shit's going on, right? It keeps this guy goes bankrupt, this guy lost a bunch of money. I don't know technically enough because I don't really care about Bitcoin because I don't believe it's not real. So I wouldn't be in it, but it'll drop below 10 grand. Would you think it's better to just borrow against my 401k or complete withdrawal funds and take the penalty? Do you want a loan? I think either way works for you, Bobby. I mean, I don't know if I'd take all of it out, but I would liquidate it. First of all, if it's in stocks, I would put it into cash. If it's in bonds, I'd get it out because your bonds are going to go to zero. And then I'd move over what you can and then put it in your safe. And then whatever you want to buy gold and silver with, buy gold and silver with. You need to protect it. If you're in stocks, you're in trouble. So you got to get out of stocks. To take out a loan, then what's your interest rate? It's going to be what, 10%? Now, the one key thing is all these loans are going to go to zero based on what we talked about, where once they go digital, they'll get rid of all this cash. All the debit cards, all the credit cards, mortgages will go to zero. So if that's what you're thinking, that might be a good thing. I think Bitcoin will go to at least 12,000, not going up anytime soon. Well, again, that's just an adjustment, but friends are suggesting I just borrow against them and then pay myself back monthly. I don't understand that. Friends are suggesting I just borrow against them and then pay myself. What do you mean pay yourself back monthly? Who are you borrowing from? So you got whatever in this 401k. You're borrowing against, aren't you taking it from a bank? I mean, what do you mean borrow, pay yourself back? I'm not clear what you're saying. Pay myself back. Borrow against my 401k. Yeah. And then what do you mean pay yourself back monthly? How can you borrow? If you got the money, then you're not borrowing it. I'm a little lost there, Bobby. I still think I'd be selling it, taking the penalty, because you can make so much more with gold and silver. But it depends on your tax situation. Put it back in. Well, you don't want to. You've got to be out of fiat system, right? It's collapsing. So the last place you want is money in a bank or wherever your 401k is. Well, that's your answer then. You just answered your question. The last thing you want to do is have money in a bank because the bank's going to say, "Whoops, sorry, we don't have your money. Oh, it's 500 grand. You can only have 100," like they do. There was a show. The guy was from what's that big country? Come on. Not the United Arab Emirates, the other one, the big, Jesus Christ, my mind is so blank right now. Dubai. So this guy's cousin had $3 million in bank accounts in Dubai. He goes to get some money out. He doesn't have any money in the banks in Dubai anymore. Now, I don't know if this guy's a criminal or he was legal or what really happened. He just brought it up it was on an econ show. He just said, my cousins had 3 million in the bank in Dubai and now they just said, sorry, you don't have anything. So you can take that for what it's worth. But if I got the money in my safe and my money in silver and gold, I don't have to worry about that shit. So right now, I'm not worried about that. As you say, Bobby, you're sleeping well, knowing you got your gold and silver, and you don't have to worry about, is the bank closing like they did in China, Sri Lanka, Portugal, or oh my God, Pakistan, Greece. They all had bank runs, and if you had a lot of money, y'all got fucked. So is that where you want your money? And that's really the whole question. So I don't know. Why do you want to take a risk, Bobby? You got to pray that the bank doesn't close on you. Just want to check for emails. God, I got enough emails. What is my... Um, so how about when metals go up? Isn't the coin store going to buy it for less? For instance, it goes to $100. Will the guy try buying it for 85 or something like that? What happens now? The spot's 1,800 for gold. He gives you 1,800. He sells it for 19, but he gives you spot. He'll give you spot. He's not there to negotiate. He's there to buy and sell. He makes money selling if he needs inventory. So if silver goes way up and people now start wanting to buy it, he needs the inventory to sell. So he's going to do what the spot is what he does. So if silver's $2,000 an ounce, he's going to give you $2,000 an ounce. He's going to sell it for 2,100 or whatever, just like he's doing now. So if you go and try to sell it, he'll give you whatever. But he'll give you spot on selling, but he makes his money when you buy it from him. He charges you the premium. Oh, okay, so he'll buy for spot price, then he will flip it for a higher price that makes sense. Well, that's what he's doing, right? He's selling the Eagle for $35 an ounce for the silver, but he's paying 20 for it. But what he doesn't tell you is when somebody brings it in, he's giving it to him for 22 or whatever silver's at. That's what he doesn't think. So yes, when he buys it from the mint, he's only making $5. But when somebody brings it in and he pays them spot, now he's making his money. You don't think these guys make money at it? So that's what they're doing. But again, don't worry. The silver and the gold, you'll have people knocking on your door to buy it. Once people realize, it's like the baseball cards. Once you realize the Montana rookies 100,000 and the Rice rookies, now everybody jumps into baseball or cards because they realize, or comics or anything like that, they realize they can make money at it. And once you can make money at it, it drives people in because everybody's trying to make money. So once gold and silver start going, then here come the flood, and then it's easy to sell it, right? You got your demand. So what you're looking at is your demand. Is there going to be demand? If the price goes up, that means you have demand. Otherwise, the price wouldn't go up. The problem is here's really the problem. When people see gold at 1800 or 1700, they don't think there's demand for it. That's the key. And they don't think there's demand for silver because the price is low because they understand supply and demand. So they're saying, well, why would I buy gold? There's no demand for it. Or why would I buy silver? There's no demand for it. As you can see, the price is down. People don't want it. And if people don't want it, why would I buy it? Because it's not demand that's keeping the price down. It's the bullshit derivative paper market that's keeping the price down. The demand is incredibly high. Just look at Russia, China, and India, and now South America and Saudi Arabia. They all want gold and silver. Everybody wants out of the US dollar and wants gold and silver. The Russian, China new dollars backed by gold. What the fuck? Don't you think that's going to make the demand for gold go up? So in a sense, what they're doing is by keeping the price low, deceives you into believing there's no demand for the product. Without demand, why would I buy it? It's not going to go up. And what I'm telling you is there's huge demand, and therefore it's much higher than it is. So I'm saying buying at these low prices because the demand is huge. And I can see the demand huge, and I can see what's happening with China and Russia and India, and they're buying as much gold as they can at these low prices. And therefore, once they're coming out to get the price to demand. Once the price hits demand, then that's what I'm saying, 50,000 and 5,000 for silver, because that's the demand price. But because it's being hidden by this derivative paper price, we don't think there's demand. And that's really what's going on. They've faked it since 71 with the stupid COMEX, which was not supposed to hide the demand. It was just supposed to make it more liquid. So it's hidden. That's what JP Morgan does. They should all be in prison. So they fake it to keep the price low so people can buy it. Therefore, people in America think, well, there's no demand for it. Why would I buy it? Therefore, they don't. Oh, we'll get into Bitcoin. We'll get into stuff. So everybody's in stocks because they don't think there's a demand for gold. And then the stocks go up and they go, aha, look, I'm in stocks. They're going up. But that's fake because the government's printing money to buy stocks. With that being done, they are now in the stocks and they think they're high, but they're really not high. It's fake demand also the other way. So people buy stock, they're all going to get caught because there's no demand for stocks. It's being faked by the government. Therefore, once all the shit hits the fan, the stocks drop, the bonds drop, the gold goes up to the real market prices. And that's what I'm telling you, that the market is so much stronger than you think. And don't worry, if the market's strong, if the demand's strong, you'll have no problem selling it, as in any other commodity. That's the key to it. Brandon, how long do you think it will take for gold, silver to reflect its true value? Good question, Brandon. Very soon, because as I said, the Russian, Chinese currency is going to be backed by gold. Saudi Arabia is going to announce that the U.S. is no longer the petrodollar, and the U.S. dollar will collapse because it's not the lead dollar anymore. It's not the global currency. Not that there needs to be a global currency. I never understood that. I think each country should have their own, and I think they should all be backed by gold and silver. You don't actually need a bunch of gold to make currency backed by gold, but you need to be able to exchange it. So you need enough gold to say, okay, I got $100. I want it in gold. You should have it. But that's the problem. They need it backed by, you need an anchor. So they need it backed by gold and silver. And it's all blowing up now. I think it'll be very soon. I'm guessing January, February. It might be March or April, but it's going to be very, very soon because it's all being blown up. People are going to get caught with their pants down because they don't understand, because it's not been taught. Nobody really knows what's going on but my class. I've been taught in it. I've got my master's in this, so I fully understand it. Most people are clueless because it's not taught. That's the advantage we have. I'm teaching you. You now understand it. And it's just a matter of time till the shit hits the fan. With Russia and China wanting gold to go up, the US doesn't, so that's the war. Russia wanting gold going up, China wanting gold to go up because they got all the gold, in the US without any gold doesn't want gold to go up because JP Morgan wants the paper dollar because they print the dollars and they own the Federal Reserve. So JP Morgan doesn't want gold and silver because then he won't have a monopoly, and poor baby needs a monopoly. So he wants you in this, even though it's not worth anything, versus gold and silver, which is the ultimate in money. It's the only real money legally, and it's going to go through the roof. So the U.S. is pushing not to go gold and silver, and the whole rest of the world's pushing for gold and silver to go up. So that's your little war. Pretty much soon it'll go through, and nobody can really give you an exact time, unfortunately, but we know it's going to happen because there's too much demand for it. And I mean, it's a little bit obvious now, like, okay, massive inflation, gold and silver is going down. Doesn't make any sense. If the inflation's devaluing the dollar, why would gold go down? It would take more dollars to buy gold. As I say in my example, it took $35 to buy an ounce of gold in 71, and now it takes $1,800 to buy an ounce of gold, and it's an ounce of gold. The money supplies went down. Well, if the money supply is going down at twice the rate now, why would gold go down? Gold should go up to 5,000-6,000 an ounce, following the same theory of the 35 going to 1,800. Silver's a joke. Silver's like the biggest no-brainer in life. I buy like every weekend, like at least 10 ounces, depending on what's going on. It's $25 an ounce for a $2,000 item because that's the real demand. Because as Bobby said, you need it for cell phones, you need it for computers, you need it for solar, you need it for these batteries. The batteries on these electric vehicles have to have silver. There's no replacement. And the more they make, the more silver they're going to need, which there's not enough of. Plus, silver's money, so you're going to get the double kick. People stacking the silver, taking it out of circulation, so there's nothing left for the battery guys. That's why electric cars will never work. A, you're pissing off Saudi Arabia and Russia, who sell oil, and you're also don't have enough silver to make all the batteries for all these cars that you need in the first place. So it's all bullshit, which is typical government. They try to scare you so they look like you need them. The government's the biggest worthless piece of crap ever invented. Shouldn't even be there. They're supposed to lead us, not destroy us, which they're trying to do. So they're trying to. You're trying to lead, so lead, but they don't. They shouldn't even be there. Anybody who runs for electric office just wants to get $1 million from the lobbyists. They're there for the money. They're not there for us, and that's really the problem. All right, I'm 5 hours. I'm desperately in need of dinner and the bike and some hot tub and stuff like that. I'm gonna take my medicine for you. It's tasteless. It doesn't bother me. don't have steak. I made hamburgers. I was going to make spaghetti and hamburgers, kind of mix it up. Well, thank you, Prophet. I'm happy that you got something out of it. That's really my goal, is to teach. Well, are you making me steak, Bobby, or what's going on here? Um, I do have steak in the freezer, but yesterday was hamburgers. I was going to make spaghetti. I didn't realize I'd be on 5 hours. Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate it. Again, I'm really here for you guys. I'm actually trying to teach. That's the object of the show. Not, when I give the picks, they're really a rhyme and a reason to it, so you understand how I got there, so you can make the picks. T-bone sounds good. I got some New Yorks and some. You know what I've been buying lately? I'll buy a roast. It's like $5 a pound, and instead of buying 3 pounds of hamburger, I make the roast. It gives me the same 3 pounds of meat, and I can cook it a little bit better. So anyway, time to eat. 5 hours was too long. All right, so let's go through the picks one last time. Oakland over, Minnesota and Minnesota over. The Buffalo Jet game under. Baltimore and the under in the game. Cincinnati, free pick. Minnesota over, free pick. Tennessee, Philadelphia, Kansas City. Like Tampa and the under. Seattle over. San Diego and the over. And the over in the New England game. That's what I got. So I'm going to eat. I'm going to go swim. I think I have enough energy to at least attempt it. I think it's good for me to work out. I find workout to be extremely healthy. It's good for your brain, and if you're a little sick, it's good for your body. All right, everybody, www.teaserking.com. Good luck. If you're buying, that's great. If you want to email me, you'll find it there. Go email me. And I look forward to the weekend. I'll be on tomorrow. I don't know, about 11 o'clock. Oh, you're welcome, Brandon. You're welcome, Bobby. All right, everybody. I need to eat something. All right. Take care. Thank you very much.